UGLIER.
Tipped in front of the net.
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Hurts again in the gun. Again hands it off. He's got Barkley spinning forward. He has a first down. That will do it.
Obviously, we want to be better than what we were tonight, but every game's played a little bit different. Like the way the game is played sometimes is dictated of what's happening in the game, right? Make no mistake about it, our goal in every single game is to come out with a win, period.
That's Nick Sirianni. You heard from Merrill Reese. The call on 97.3 ESPN. Eagles win. Ugly. Again. What's up, everybody? Sports Bash live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort, Atlantic City. The Eagles beat the Detroit Lions last night. Were we impressed? Well, we'll get into it. It was an ugly win. Any way you want to slice it. It was an ugly win that Nick Sirianni almost gave to the Lions. We'll get into that as well. Dan Campbell was an abomination last night. He cost his team a game. Like, I get it. You want to be aggressive. Get the personality of that game last night. Being aggressive. We talked about this on Friday, if you remember. I said, which team's aggression will either hurt or help them? And the Detroit Lions' aggression last night hurt them. It cost them the game. Think about all the points they left potentially on the board last night on a night where the Eagles' offense was abysmal. The Eagles' defense is legit. It is very good. But is it sustainable is a big question that I ask after this game. You know, last week we kept bringing up the San Francisco game. And that did not happen, so kudos to the Eagles. They didn't lose the game. It was a night where Detroit wanted to come in and prove that they belonged. Their head coach stripped them of that. And the Eagles' defense was so good last night that the Detroit Lions could not beat the Philadelphia Eagles. But can you depend on your defense to play like this the rest of the season? The way this offense is going. The way this offense is going right now, it is going to be very hard to sustain this level of defense. And that doesn't mean this defense isn't awesome and Super Bowl level and maybe better than last year's defense. But you can't expect him to give up 6 points, 7 points every single week if your offense doesn't hold up its end of the bargain. This is going to be an interesting thing because right now you have beaten Detroit. You have beaten the Rams. You have beaten the Buccaneers. You have beaten basically every NFC beast that they have put in front of you. But by the way, you have another one coming up. Because, oh, by the way, the Bears are now 7-3, and they're in first place. So you keep putting these teams in front of the Eagles, and they keep knocking them down. But a lot of these teams think that you got me the first time, I can get you the second time. Because we don't think you can score. And look what Dan Campbell's decisions were last night. His decisions were based on the fact that he didn't think the Eagles' offense could do anything against their defense. And he was right. Now, I will say this. There were drops. There were penalties. There was sloppiness. A.J. Brown said it after the game. A lot of self-inflicted wounds. But if you left impressed with that game last night, I got to tell you, that offense is painful to watch. It's not good. And there's a couple of reasons why I think it's not good. I'm going to say this right now. One, I think A.J. Brown will be traded at the end of the year. That's my first thought. I think A.J. Brown will be traded at the end of the year. Not because he's a malcontent. Not because that they think he's this, that, or the other thing. I think they're now realizing that maybe he's lost a step. Maybe he's just not the same player that he was. And that the Eagles are going to try to get out ahead in front of this. Before it really, I think they're going to try to hold on for one more year with this crew. They have to now. They've come too far. But I think they're going to try to hold on for one more year, and Howie Roseman is not going to get caught with holding on to a guy for 1 year too long. I think he is watching right now and seeing this offense together, I don't think we can bring them back again. So I think they're going to try to get everything they can out of this group right here. They're going to try to get everything they can out of this group right now, right here, because I think they see the writing on the wall, that this offense has problems, it's broken, and there's no way to fix it right now. They got to just hope. And by the way, bad news came down today. For those of you just chiming in, the big news, Lane Johnson, Liz Frank injury, and that could possibly keep him sidelined. I would imagine they're saying 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, you get a Liz Frank injury, that is generally a season type of injury. But he will miss 4 to 6 weeks. That is what is being reported. You know anybody that has had a Liz Frank injury that's missed 4 weeks? I don't remember any. I could be wrong, but I don't remember any. Here's 2 things. I said 2. 1, the offense is broken for a couple of reasons. But the big reason is your offensive line is just not good enough. The offensive line in the run game is not good enough. Lane Johnson, he's getting to that stage of his career. We're trying to get him through a full game. It's almost like Jason Peters. Remember when Jason Peters, he would get hurt every single game, and then he would miss a couple games, then he would come back, and then he would leave, and then he would come back. Lane Johnson just isn't, when he's on the field, he's still the same player. When he's on the field, he's still great. But at 35 years old and all the injuries that Lane Johnson has had, he's just starting to break down a little bit. He's human. Tyler Steen is just better in pass protection than he is in run run blocking. He's fine. I mean, he's good, but he's not Becton in the run game. That's apparent. Juergens is not healthy. He had to leave the game last night, and Brett Toth came back in and played center late in that game. Landon Dickerson is just not the same player right now. He's banged up, and he's playing probably at, 80%, if that. And you can see he's not getting the push. There's the play last night. It was the play that they stopped on 4th down. They went for it on 4th down, which was an asinine decision. And they have a double team on the nose, and Dickerson just couldn't get any push. He got beat up by the nose on that play. That's a play where Landon Dickerson road grades that guy out of the way, and you get your first down, and that game's over. Couldn't do it last night. That guy just stood his ground and blew that play up last night because Landon Dickerson just doesn't have it in his legs right now. He just doesn't have it. And quite frankly, Jordan Mailata, I don't know if he's hurt or what, but he's not having a great year. Mailata's not having a good year. So all 5 guys up front are not having good years. They're not the same. They can't run the ball like they did a year ago. Last year, the team would get a lead. They would run the ball. They'd wear you down. That offensive line would just keep leaning on you and leaning on you and leaning on you. And then late in the game, what would happen? Saquon Barkley would hit like a 60-yarder, and basically a 17-7 game would go to 24-7, and then maybe Barkley hit another one late in the game for 70 yards, and you're like, there's another one. And then they just pounded you like that. They can't do it right now. They can't do it. 609-403-0973. Does this mean they can't win the Super Bowl? No. Are you confident that this is a Super Bowl team? I'm not saying I'm confident. They're just going to have to win with their defense. Is that possible? I guess so. I mean, I guess it's possible, but that's asking the defense a lot, man. You're asking the defense every week. Now, maybe they get through this year, I don't know, coming up on their schedule. They got Dallas this week. It's a winnable game. It's on the road. Dallas is a pretty good offense. Their defense, we don't know. They've made trades, so their defense should be better. We'll see Dallas play tonight, see what that defense looks like against a really bad Raiders team. If Dallas struggles with this Raiders team. But still, I think that you got Dallas, who has got a good offense. They should be able to score 20 points against your defense. Can you score 20? Can you score 20? What kind of question is that? You're talking about a team that you want to win a Super Bowl, and you're wondering if they can score 20. The Bears are in first place. You'll play them on Black Friday. You've got the Chargers somewhere in there still, right? I think the Raiders. I think it's the Raiders and then the Chargers on that Monday night. And then you close out with Washington, Buffalo, Washington. I mean, you could run the table, but what are those games going to look like? 609-403-0973. Now, the good, the bad, the ugly from last night. The good, their defense was excellent. Defense was excellent. Where they have like 14 pressures last night. Geoff was terrible last night. He was scared out of his mind. They were all over him last night. So their defense was awesome last night. Their defense was tremendous. 1. 2. What else we got? 2. The good, defense. The bad, their offense stinks. Their offense stinks. I'm watching the game last night, and all I keep thinking is, my God, this offense is so bad. It's so disjointed. I can't even fathom having the players that they have on this offense and looking at that scoreboard if I'm Nick Sirianni saying, how is this happening to us? That's the bad and almost the ugly all into one. All wrapped into one. The division is so bad that they're literally going to wrap this division up by the time they get to Christmas, potentially. It's unbelievable. But we got a lot to discuss today. By the way, Paul George, he will play tonight. Joel Embiid, he will not. I bring in
Kelly Oubre.
Kelly Oubre is out. Peachy is my on-site producer. Josh Henning's back at the Ocean Casino Resort Studio. On this Monday. I'm just perplexed, everybody, as to what is going on here. I don't understand.
Well, can we start with Jalen? He was clearly off last night to me. He did try to force the ball more than I've ever seen, really, to A.J. Brown. It just did not look natural.
No, he had –
right?
Listen, there were some drops early. The Goddard throw, he drops that in the first, But, yeah, it's windy. I don't know how much the wind played a factor. We'll talk to some people who were at the game last night. How much did the wind cause a factor in that game, throwing the football? But the second week in a row, he was wildly inaccurate at times. Not all the time.
No.
But at times, there was the play where A.J. appeared to not run for the ball. Now, A.J. said after the game, he's like, I wasn't catching that ball. That ball ended at 10 yards, 7 yards past him. He's basically like, you guys thought I was going to catch that ball? But the illusion was that he didn't run after the ball, right?
Especially after the week that he had.
Well, yeah.
On social media.
Then did anybody watch the game and think, man, they're really trying to force him the ball?
Yes. And to me, again, I said it just does not look natural. From Jalen throwing the ball to A.J., it's just not a natural thing for me right now.
Well, because it's also not natural because
he's
look at
forcing it.
Not just because he's forcing it, but because on some of those plays there were other guys open.
Right.
And it was like you had the one play where he's trying to force it to A.J. on the right side. You go to the overhead view, they showed the replay, and Devontae and Dallas Goedert are wide open on the left side of the field. Hurts never turned his head left. So it's like this is the problem with this offense, guys, which is, one of the many problems, which is you have a quarterback who had been playing up to this point risk-averse. His quote-unquote number one receiver cries like a baby, causes a hissy fit, has to meet with the owner yesterday morning. That report from Sal Paolantonio yesterday morning was nuts. And then in the game, they're throwing him the ball incessantly, and the offense gets no better. It actually looked worse last night.
Well, there's a lot there. You mentioned the Sal Pal thing. Sal Pal was on the air with us on Friday and said that he was tired of this whole situation.
Yes.
I'm tired of covering this thing. And then he has the news on Sunday that A.J. Brown got called over by Big Dom to meet with Jeffrey Lurie, and that they basically hugged it out. And part of the conversation essentially was, hey, I'll keep my feelings off of social media. Jeffrey Lurie says, well, you don't have to apologize to me, and we move on from here. Well, did that game last night make anybody feel that A.J. Brown feels that things were any different because he got a bunch of targets? Now, he said after the game, it didn't have anything to do with my targets. Now, he got a ton of targets last night.
His scrum after the game, he looks unhappy. He looks very just sad, doesn't want to be there.
Here's what A.J. Brown said after the game.
It wasn't about targets last week or the week before. Production. wasn't about that at all. It was me trying to help and contribute. That's all. And regardless of what that looked like in phases, I think I did. But like I said, it's a lot of stuff that we as offense and me myself need to continue to get better at.
He got asked the follow-up question was, hey, this week you got targets. You were involved, and the offense still looked like this.
It looked worse.
So what do you say about that? And he didn't really have an answer.
No, he didn't have an answer because nobody actually wants to verbalize what the answer is. They're all covering, in my opinion, guys. I don't know how you guys feel. Maybe someone can convince me otherwise at 609-403-0973. I'm convinced that between Hurts and Brown and Smith and Sirianni, nobody wants to say what the problem is out loud, so they're all just dancing around the bush because nobody wants to actually put their finger on what the issue is.
What's the issue? You're dancing around it yourself. What is it?
I think it goes back to, I don't know how many times you guys have seen it, but I've seen it in almost every game. There's a moment where Hurts and Batula are talking on the sideline, and Hurts just looks disgusted with the guy. And I don't know if it's a communication issue. I don't know if it's Batula, what the play he's calling, and Hurts is calling his own play. But to me, guys, there's obviously a disconnect between the quarterback and the play caller right now.
Well, and it's possible. I mean, he's going through, his 6 different play caller right now.
In the NFL,
maybe this one is one that he is just not connecting with. There are some other reports. I sent you the bite, Josh, if you have the Derek Gunn bite from after the game. Derek Gunn, who, of course, used to be NBC Sports Philadelphia's Eagles insider. He is now doing the post-game show with Seth Joyner. I believe they do that show on YouTube after the game. He also does stuff with Geoff Mosher, Adam Kaplan, Andrew DeCecco for Inside the Birds. So Gunner is still around the Eagles. He still covers the team. He does the post-game show. And when Derek Gunn says something, he is one of those guys that he doesn't just make stuff up. He's never really been accused of a hot take guy. He's never been a guy who's been accused of sensationalism.
Like a Diana Rossini over the weekend.
She had a rough weekend.
Right.
Although I do have a lot of thoughts on that too.
But she's reporting some of the same stuff that Derek Gunn is.
I feel like the whole Diana Rossini thing is one of these things that we have a problem in the world that we have with the news. We have been so trained now that if the news says something that we don't like, we just say it's fake.
Or if it's a person.
When you like what they say, the news is real.
It's message and messenger is what you're saying?
Well, it's like Diana Rossini, that's fake because I don't like what she's saying.
Right.
But when she reports something that you like, let's say in the offseason, hey, Eagles are tied to top free
Myles
agent,
Garrett.
You'll be the first person that says, Diana Rossini says the Eagles are going to get Myles Garrett. You can't have it both ways here. She's either credible or she's not. Doesn't mean she's always going to get the information correct. She's basically saying there's a disconnect in that locker room. She's saying it in a different way than other people are.
But it's also the fact that, and this is where the other side of the coin is before we get to Derek Gunn, which is we have to state this. There are people that who are at certain outlets that people will never give them credibility. They will never listen to them. So, if Diana Rossini still worked at ESPN, they would treat her differently.
Well, she works for a very credible outlet in The Athletic. It's not like she's working for whatever. Yeah. I mean, she works for The Athletic. She is their main newsbreaker.
I know that, but I'm saying that if she had a different name on her letterhead, people would treat them differently. It's just the world we live in.
I think people just don't like what she's reporting.
I think you're right, Pete. I think they don't like what her report is because there are times where she says something like, look at that Rossini's reporting. People have no problem citing her when they like what she's reporting. But when they don't like what she's reporting, now she's a bleepster. Now she's just trying to get clicks.
So you don't think if she worked at ESPN still that people would look at her report differently?
No.
I think so. I think if she was working at ESPN, if Jeremy Fowler reported that because he has the ESPN name over his head, I think that's a factor in this.
Well, here's what Derek Gunn had to say. Let's see what he has to say is much different from what we've heard from people like Diana Rossini. Take a listen.
There's a lot of people in that organization that are frustrated with the quarterback situation right now, but the quarterback understands he has him over a barrel. This is almost Carson Wentz part 2. They're not going to eat this kind of money yet. There's no way they're going to eat this kind of money. Look at the cap hit they took when they got rid of Carson, and look, it took them a couple of years to get back on solid ground again, footing, because they were handcuffed financially because of what they owed in the cap hit they took with Carson Wentz. You get the same scenario here with a bigger volume of money involved here.
That's pretty damning.
Damning, yeah.
That's my thought. That's pretty damning. Is that Derek Gunn, a highly reputable reporter, by the way, is insinuating that it's gotten to the point of Carson Wentz. I mean, you remember the report from the writer, what was the guy's name?
Oh,
Joe
yeah.
Santoliquito.
Yes.
Who wrote the article basically saying that people couldn't stand Carson Wentz.
And remember, he got ripped.
And he got ripped for it. And what ended up happening?
He ended up being right.
He ended up being right. Are we suggesting a guy who's essentially been Teflon and all he does is win, Jalen Hurts? It's almost as if nobody can imagine somebody not liking Jalen Hurts. It's like the Seinfeld. Well, why wouldn't anybody like Jerry? Derek Gunn is essentially saying that it's almost to Carson Wentz levels, that these players are so over playing with this guy. Is that what everybody else heard?
I mean, that's what it sounded like he was verbalizing to me.
What's the reason for these players to leak that to Derek?
Right, that's my question. Because
with an 8-2 team.
Because the reason why the Wentz stuff came up was because the locker room was divided between Wentz and Foles.
My question would be this. Are people over him and his personality?
Maybe.
Or are people over the way the offense has to operate with him?
Yeah, it's two different questions. I mean, I would say that if you go back to, let me go find the audio, but when A.J. Brown was asked last week, like he was given the chance to throw Hurts under the bus, and he didn't. Here, let me pull it up real quick. And he goes out of his way to defend him, and I was kind of like, well, that was interesting, because that was the most defense you've heard from A.J. Brown. Here's what A.J. Brown last week. He was asked, guys, just to remind everybody, he was asked, hey, Jamar Chase gets targets, and he's double covered. Is there maybe something that, Jalen Hurts or the offense coordinator need to do better to help get you the ball? And this is what A.J. Brown said last week.
Certain plays have different reads, despite what it looks like when somebody takes a screenshot, and you can't go off there, But he has certain reads. He has a lot going on in his head that he's trying to process, and then also he has pressure in his face. So, like I said, I don't know. That maybe it's a question for him or KP, anybody. So.
Well, everybody seems to be deflecting the answers to questions to KP. Isn't that what Jalen said last night?
Yep.
They asked about force-feeding A.J. Brown to that, and he said, ask KP. He said, I'm just running what's called.
609-403-0973.
And that's why, guys, I'm saying I don't know if it's Carson Wentz level necessarily, but I think Gunn's got an interesting point to say. Is the frustration with Hurts maybe less about him as a quarterback and maybe, as you, Mike, said, the personality?
I don't know the answer to that question. That's my questions. Are they over him as the guy? Like, I can't be friends with this guy. He's a weirdo. He's
aloof.
He's won the Super Bowl. That's my thing is he already won last year. He won this. He got you to a Super Bowl. He won the thing. Why are you smearing him now with an 8-2 team? I don't know.
All right, coming up, 3 o'clock, Grayson's Grades, football at 4 with Mosher. Nick Sirianni's day after presser, 3:30. John McMullen's scheduled for 5. Don't go away. Plus, Mike McGarry's on the other side. Got Sixers news, got Phillies news, and we'll get his take on the Eagles and that win. But this offense is definitely something to consider, talk about moving forward here. Sports Bash live, Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort. Our Eagles' first reaction was brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Busy day, lot happening. News is happening around all the teams. The Eagles, of course, take the headlines with their win last night, Mike. But was it an impressive victory? How would you rate the win last night for Philadelphia?
Let's see. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll go 8. I'll give them an 8. I thought the defense was outstanding. I think it was kind of a throwback to football in the 90s and 80s. You know, the offense did what the offense had to do, but the defense turned in an all-time performance against a high-scoring team. So, although I still have questions about the offense, I think we all do. That defense is the real deal. There's playmakers everywhere out there.
Well, their defense was very good last year, but they grew into that. They weren't good from Jump Street, but do we think this Eagle defense is actually better than that defense from last year?
Yeah, I would say so, because I think the guys are just better. I think Carter's better. I think Davis is better. I think the secondary's better. Cooper DeJean's better. The players have gotten a year older and a year better. It's another year under Vic Fangio's system. They also made some moves in season to shore up some spots like edge rusher that they had a little weakness at. So, yeah, I would say this defense is better than the defense that was played last year. Look, these two games were key for them. Packers last week, Lions this week. They're in position to be the number one seed. And, Mike, I don't know if you can go on the road and win a big playoff game with the offense that the Eagles have or how the offense is currently playing. But in Philadelphia, in the link, in rough weather, can you win with how the offense is playing and how the defense is playing? Absolutely.
What about the offense? I mean, obviously they tried to get the ball to A.J. Brown. That didn't work. They tried the tush push last night. That wasn't working. They can't seem to run the ball. By the way, some news today, Lane Johnson out 4 to 6 weeks because of a Liz Frank. I don't know anybody who's come back 4 to 6 weeks from Liz Frank injuries.
Yeah, exactly.
But they got some problems on this offense. Is the offense fixable?
Yeah, it's fixable because the talent is there, Mike, and that's what makes it so frustrating or fuddling. I mean, how can an offense with Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, even some of the guys they bring in rare situations, Dotson, Shipley, how can an offense that has so much talent be performing like this? I don't understand it. Last night's a perfect example. Mike, someone's got to explain to me, why can't we throw the football to both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? Why can't we seem to only throw it to one of those guys every week? Why can't we throw it to both of them? The offense is befuddling, but it is doing enough to win games. Most importantly, it's not turning the ball over. So it's almost like they're asking the offense not to lose the game, but they're not asking the offense to win the game. And this offense has the talent to go out there and put up 28, 30 points and win football games. They're just not doing it, and it is mind-boggling because, like I said, why can't we throw the ball to both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? Why can't we only throw it to one of those guys once a week? I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, spread the ball around, give everybody their touches. It should be pretty easy flow. They can't run the ball. That seems apparent. That's one of the big changes, Mike, from this year's team to last year's team. They cannot get the consistent run game going, which is basically what powered them to a Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, Saquon Barkley, I think I saw a graphic last night that this is his worst season since 2022 with the Giants. And Mike, again, we saw seasons like this from Saquon Barkley with the Giants, and you could blame it maybe on the Giants' offensive line. They didn't block for him. Well, then maybe the same thing is happening here. The offensive line of the Eagles, not what it's been in the past. Maybe that's it. But I would agree, their inability to run the football the same way they did last year is one of the biggest differences in this offense. Now, I don't think anybody expected Saquon Barkley to run for 2,000 yards again, but I don't think anybody expected Saquon Barkley to look like this.
No, Barkley obviously doesn't have that burst, that big run. I think they mentioned during the broadcast last night his longest run of the year is like 17 yards. He was hitting 60 and 70-yarders routinely last year. It felt like the run game's a big thing. Mike, Derek Gunn is a guy who's well-respected. He's a guy that just doesn't throw out hot takes or hyperbole. He mentioned on the post game last night, I don't know if you got a chance to hear this, but he said there's a lot of people in that organization that are frustrated with the quarterback situation. This is almost Carson Wentz part 2, is what he said last night. And I remember when Joe Santoliquito wrote that article, and he got roasted for that article, and he turned out to be right. Well, what do you make of a guy like Derek Gunn saying that people in the organization are frustrated and it's almost Carson Wentz part 2?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would respect what Derek Gunn says. He's a guy who has a track record of being close to guys on that team, and he has a track record of giving information that's been accurate in the past. So from the outside looking in, look, the offense isn't clicking. Maybe it is the quarterback. Here's what I know about the quarterback. He might not be making every play, but he's not turning the ball over. And when he doesn't turn the ball over, they're winning football games. So it's weird. It's almost like the defense is like the 86 Bears, and you got the Bears offense. Jim McMahon's back there, and all you're asking him to do is manage the game. Jalen Hurts is doing a good job of managing the game, not turning the ball over. But I come back to what I said a few seconds ago. This is not a quote-unquote manage the game offense. This is a big play, win the game offense. The defense has been so good that the fact that the offense is not playing as well it has not really impacted the team. But again, this offense, I would think we would all agree, is capable of so much more. And why it's not happening is frustrating. And, hey, in good times and in bad, the eyes always turn to the head coach and the quarterback.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. You tweeted out last night, the Eagles should be winning this game by 5 touchdowns. Am I wrong? Why was the game closer than it needed to be?
Well, because the offense couldn't score, and maybe give credit to the Lions defense. I thought Dan Campbell last night coached just an atrocious football game. I mean, what did they turn it over on downs 5 or 6 times? And I think, it's one thing to say, hey, it's in our DNA. Our DNA is we go for it on 4th down. But read the game. As well as the Eagles defense was playing, the Lions defense nearly matched them. The Eagles offense wasn't doing anything against the Lions defense. So when you have the ball at midfield, 4th and 3, 4th and 4, 4th and 6, instead of going for it, punt, play the field position game. Maybe you get a turnover. Maybe you get the ball back at your own 50. You can drive a short field. I thought Dan Campbell did a horrendous job of reading the game and calling plays last night. And I think the Eagles failed to take advantage. How many times did they stop the Lions on downs at midfield and get the ball with a short field and didn't put points on the board?
I was going to ask you, Campbell obviously is the answer, but both coaches almost tried to give the other team the game last night.
Exactly. I mean, Nick Sirianni, is lucky that Dan Campbell was on the other sideline, because I thought Campbell's performance, really, again, I can't overstate enough what was he doing out there. I know the Detroit Lions thing is, hey, we go for it on 4th down. That's what we do. But read the game. It's a defensive struggle. It's a one-possession game. Punt the football. Play field position. Sirianni, lucky that, the Eagles defense sort of saved him and only gave up a field goal in that situation and not a touchdown that would have, obviously changed the complexion of the game. So this is 2 weeks in a row for Sirianni. And again, you just asked me about the quarterback. Hey, in good times and in bad, the quarterback and the head coach, they're the guys everybody turns to and looks at.
All right, Mike, they got Dallas coming up, followed by Chicago. You've got the Raiders, the Chargers, Washington, Buffalo, Washington. With this offense and this defense, how many losses do you see on this schedule?
Great question. Great question. I think maximum 2, maybe 1. I don't see any of these teams beating them. I mean, I think the Bears game might be tricky. I think the Bills game on the road, obviously tricky. But right now, this Eagles team is in position to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. And, I think as we wake up today on November 17th, if you ask me who is the best team in football right now, I would say it'd be the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know what you would say to that question, but I see 1, maybe 2 losses on that schedule. And maybe, if there's an extra loss in there, it's because they have everything right by game number 17 and they don't have to play for real. So there you go.
All right, Mike McGarry, before we get out of here, Paul George has been cleared. He will play tonight. Will this help the Sixers?
Yeah,
I had a guy message me over the weekend. He said, does anybody care? Should we even be excited about this? And I think that he will help them out immensely.
I agree. The guy is one of the top, 2 years ago, last year he had an injury year. 2 years ago with the Clippers, played 70-something games. He's one of the 20 best players, 25 best players in the NBA. The guy is an outstanding talent. He helps you spread the floor. He can score with the ball. He can create his shot. He can create opportunities for teammates. Hey, there's a reason why he's been one of the top players in the NBA for 10 years. Yes, he is going to be an immense, I agree with you 110%. He is going to be an immense help for the Philadelphia 76ers and take some pressure off guys like Maxey and Edgecombe so they don't have to do it all themselves. I think a guy like that texted you, he's never seen, the Paul George that played at the Clippers, played at the Pacers, played in Oklahoma. That guy is a very, very, very good NBA player.
He's in. Joel Embiid is out. McCain is also back with the Sixers. You can listen to that game tonight against the Clippers on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, PrestonAC.com. Never a dull moment around the 8-2 first place, number 1 seed Eagles. Mike, thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Mike. Thanks.
8-2 first place, number 1 seed Eagles. Never Press of Atlantic City. And he is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. Hey, guys, coming up, we talked about Paul George. He is back tonight. He's been wearing the blue jersey at practice. That means a starter. The starters wear the blue jerseys. The reserves wear the gray jerseys. He's been in the blue jersey the last 2 days, which means Paul George is back, and he's probably going to be in the starting lineup tonight. You excited at all? You excited for Paul George to return? 609-403-0973. We got a plethora of Eagles text, and I'm going to read and react to those all coming up next here on the Sports Bash, live from the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
College basketball on ESPN Radio. It's a Champions Classic doubleheader at Madison Square Garden in New York City.
For 3. Yes! The big star delivers.
First, 9th-ranked Kentucky faces number 17 Michigan State. Then, 25th-ranked Kansas faces number 4 Duke.
Listen to college basketball tomorrow night on You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Hey, when the Eagles win, you win. Spicy tandoori chicken wings for dine-in customers right now at the Nizams. They've got a great lunch buffet Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and a banquet space that can seat up to 100 people for private events and celebration. Check out the Nizams. Tell Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you. What's up, everybody? We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. 609-403-0973, the text board number. Don't forget 99 bottles. This is your final week that you can qualify. By Friday at 6 o'clock, we will have our 99th qualifier here on the Sports Bash for our big 99 bottles party at Maynard's. All right, let me try to read as many of these as possible. Mike, they're covering for the OC. The guy can't coach past training mode of Madden 98. Keyword has been predictable, and what he's missing isn't learned with the position. I think the offensive coordinator has certainly a stake in this, but I don't know that it's there's nothing to 100%, right? We can all agree on that. Nothing is 100% like this is the answer to the question.
No, not.
So you want to throw Kevin Batula in there? Obviously, he has some sort of
he has a
factor.
role.
Yeah, he has a role in this. I don't think he was. There were times last night I'm like, what the hell's going on? But there was a lot of drops. There was a lot of penalties. There was a lot of mistakes that if they just convert and
right.
play a clean game, AJ said that after the game, self-inflicted wounds. He's not wrong. I think there was a lot of times where the offense looked disjointed.
I mean, how many
the play
times
calling was weird?
How many times do you see Devontae Smith drop a ball? Like never, right?
Never. Goddard had one in the first drive of the game.
They all dropped it.
Anyone blaming Hurts or Barkley is not watching. The offensive line is terrible at run blocking. The multiple times they showed a view where it was obvious no one was open. That's what I've been saying. I think this problem is the offensive line first and foremost. If you're asking me, what do you think is wrong with this offense? I would say it's a combination of things, but first and foremost, the offensive line is so banged up that they cannot perform at the level that they have performed at over the last 4 or 5 years that has allowed them to be one of the top rushing teams in football. So it's not Barkley per se, but by proxy, he's the running back in an offense where the running game's not all that great. So I think the offensive line issues are first and foremost.
And the McGarry mentioned it with you earlier, Mike, about how this is the worst year he's having since he was with the Giants. Well, what were the Giants? A bad offensive line team.
Joe in Williamstown brings up an interesting point, and I agree a little bit. I want to see what happens here. Said the weather last week's not been great for passing, and you can't run it. So what happens when they move to Dallas and play indoors? And the last 2 weeks has been a windy mess. And they find ways to win those games. Look what happened to Detroit last night. That's a really good offense that couldn't do anything. So I think Joe in Williamstown is not off base with the wind being a factor in the pass game a little bit the last 2 weeks, actually.
I mean, we do have to give a little bit of credit, though, to the defenses, too, because I think both defenses came out in very much attack mode for those offenses.
I'm not taking anything away from the defenses, but Jared Goff was also off last night. And some of that was because he had a lot of pressure. They were pushing him off his spots, but he's also a guy that's generally pretty accurate, and both teams, the passes were all over the place last night. You had 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times in that game last night.
Well, after last night, are you afraid of Detroit coming back into the link in January and beating the Eagles in a playoff game? No, right? After what you saw?
No.
I mean, you say no, but really, I'm actually more worried that you're beating these teams the first time and the games aren't domination. Yeah, you dominated them with your defense. But my big thing would be I can't count on the Eagle defense to be awesome every single week. Like somewhere in there you're going to slip up where the defense just, they didn't play well against the Giants. They didn't play well against a couple of teams this year. Now I get it. They've gotten better as the season went on. But you're basically saying you can't have an off week the rest of the way if the offense doesn't pick it up. So could they have a game against Detroit? Now, the game would most likely be in Philadelphia, so it's going to be cold and who knows. I mean, but it's not always 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. It might be cold.
Might be
That's
snow.
Different. Might be snow, but look, there's times in January now where it's like 40 degrees. That's not terrible.
No.
I mean, the weather is not
I think
always a factor.
I think the weather last night was not the norm. Like having that kind of swirling wind is not normal.
The wind has been abnormally gusty. I mean, my backyard, we have the marine vinyl up on our backyard on our porch. We have a screened-in porch, and in the wintertime, we have marine vinyl that closes it in to try to keep some heat in there. And the wind is ripping through the marine vinyl. Yeah. I mean, it has ripped the zip ties off of the.
I have leaves everywhere.
This morning
there's leaves all around my property.
I'm used to the leaves
every day,
but the wind ripping the marine vinyl off the zip ties. The zip ties are literally not strong enough to hold the wind to keep that thing from flapping back and forth now. The wind is very gusty in the last 2 days, and really the last couple of weeks when they've played.
Yeah, my house was trash day today, so I had to go and chase the trash half around the neighborhood this morning.
609.
And that penalty to Jamison Williams last night costed them the point after.
That was terrible. By the way,
you didn't like that call.
No.
Or you didn't like Jamison Williams doing it, or you didn't like the call?
I don't like the call. I don't need Jamison Williams to do it, but it's not a penalty.
Now, you cannot use the goalpost as a prop.
I get it. But who cares?
Well,
I mean, that penalty and the penalty that decided the game was abysmal.
But the whole game was so poorly officiated. You almost expected it to go that way.
It is, and that's what I say. People are like, oh, my buddy sends me a picture today of the referees carrying the Eagles off the field. And I'm like, dude, I'm numb to, bad officiating. You're acting like this is something new. I've been saying this for 15 years. The officials aren't against your team. They're not against that team. They just stink.
Exactly.
By saying they're against your team, you're letting them off the hook. Right. They're not against your team. They just suck at their job.
Yep.
The game is, and McMullen has talked about it, it's so over-legislated. It's that call last night was abysmal. It was horrible.
And the tush-push neutral zone call.
And by the way, the rules analyst last night, who was that?
McCauley.
Yeah, Terry
McCauley.
Yeah.
He said Steen was within his right. If the guys line up in the neutral zone.
The literal rule of the book is if the guy goes in the neutral zone and it causes the offense to move, it's encroachment.
Now,
it's literally the rule book.
The way that he handled it, he's slapping the guy on the hand.
Right.
He probably should have done
Should have done
job
that,
there.
but the official needs to have a little bit more discernment.
But Steen's hand is supposed to go right where the guy's hand was, right? What is Steen supposed to do?
Well, right. He's saying, your hand's in my spot. Get in the neutral zone here.
Yeah.
609-403-0973. Grayson's grades on the way. Stick around for that. That's coming up next. But first, I need caller number 7. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You're entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win on Wednesday, November 26th. Maynard's, 9306 Amherst Avenue in Margate. The Sports Bash will be live with 99 pairs of prizes, tickets to events all over the area, including Eagles Club Box tickets, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, and shows from all over the area. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. And don't forget, when the show's over, Maynard's is the spot to be for $1 Busch Light cans, $3 tee shots, and fireballs. Good luck.
Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Three-point shot by BJ. It's up off the back and in. He got the roll. The ball went high in the air and it trickled through the twine.
It's Sixers Clippers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
I mean, that Jameson Williams tried to have.
Goff back, looks right, looks left, fires over the middle. It's intercepted on a deflection. It is Cooper DeJean across the 15, down to the 11.
Big play in the game happened early. Cooper DeJean with the pick, but it was Jordan Davis who had the deflection. He had a great game last night. But the Eagle defense was the story on one aspect. There's a lot of other stories. Time for Grayson's Grades. Scott Grayson from Fox 29 and Grayson's Grades at 97.3 ESPN.com are brought to you by Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone at Richardson Auto Mall. There's Scott Grayson from Fox 29 joins us now here on the Sports Bash. And, of course, the Eagles won last night. That's really the big story. And their defense was absolutely dominant in that game. You really can't say, much more about the defense other than can they keep this up? That's the big thing for me, Scott, is can this defense keep up what they're doing? Because the way the offense is going, they're going to need to.
100% agree. You look at what the defense is doing over the last 2 games, 16 points allowed in 8 quarters against the Lions and the Packers. Neither team got into double digits. I mean, if there's not a statement being made by this defense, I don't know what else they could do. Forcing a couple turnovers. Listen, 0 for 5 on 4th down last night. I think Dan Campbell lost the game for the Lions last night, in my opinion. I thought the Eagles' defense was lights out. 3rd downs, they were good. 4th downs, they were really good. 4th and goal, and they stopped them to get nothing. I just think that defense, and it's amazing how much better the back end gets, right? How much better is an Adoree Jackson lately because there's a pass rush. Earlier in the season, those guys had to cover a little bit longer. If you look at Jordan Love and Jared Goff the last 2 weeks, talk about 2 guys who looked uncomfortable in the pocket. They were constantly trying to tap dance out of the way. They never looked settled at times to throw the ball. And did the wind help last night? Yeah, sure. I think both quarterbacks struggled throwing the ball in the wind. But the way that defense was swarming, the way that defensive line, you mentioned Jordan Davis with 3 batted balls. That's amazing. Jalen Carter, I think, had 2 of them. Talk about the best way to create an incomplete pass and make tough throwing lanes. Get those arms up. They got big mitts up there. They stick them up. I was super impressed by this defense. And to your point, what you asked me at the beginning, I don't see any reason why they won't continue to be this good going forward. I like what I'm seeing out of these guys.
Well, I agree. There's no part of me that says, what we're watching is fool's gold and this thing's about to fall apart. However, to expect them to do this every single week and not have a week where, hey, the Giants blew your doors off. They've had some weeks this year where the Denver game, even though they didn't give up a lot of points in the Denver game, they fell apart in the 4th quarter of that game. And to ask them to play at this level, the way the offense is going, you almost have to say, hey, you can't give up any more than 10, 14, 17 points. Otherwise, we're not going to win.
Yeah, listen, that's a problem. But what you talked about with the defense, I think that I would look at these as 2 different defenses. The first one, you look at that defense to say Denver and the New York Giants. Against the Giants, they didn't have Jalen Carter. They didn't have Jalen Phillips. He wasn't here yet. And I think that has made a big difference. A healthy Jalen Carter and Jalen Phillips being there, they're a little bit. All of a sudden, everybody's better on that defensive line. Jalix Hunt has had 2 good games in a row here. Moro Ojomo has been, playing better. The linebackers are swarming more. I think everybody's better because that defensive line has gotten deeper. And they were not that against the Giants. And I think Jalen Carter did play in the Broncos game, but he was still nicked up. I just think that the way this defense operates with a healthy Jalen Carter, and it trickles down from there. He, to me, is the guy that sets the tone. And everybody else feeds off of what he's able to do. Look how many snaps he plays. It's amazing how many snaps he's out there for. And I just think that this defense with a healthy Jalen Carter, Jalen Phillips, the rotation they've got going on that defensive line, Quinyon Mitchell is playing out of his mind. Reed Blankenship's playing well. Cooper DeJean had the pick last night. This defense to me is the star of the show. A.J. Brown can get upset about what's going on in that offense. To me, I think this defense right now is setting the tone. And, does the offense need to pick it up? 100%. Absolutely. They have got to play better. Because you're right. Yep. You cannot expect this defense to lead you every week to victory.
No, and this is what I was still talking about before this week. If Detroit would have came in there, Detroit didn't even win the game. Okay, I was talking about last week, this game kind of reminded me of the San Francisco game. It could have gone down that road. If Detroit came in here and waxed you or won the game because your offense can't score, you might start to get some finger-pointing, division. You won the game, and you're starting to get the feeling of division. I don't know if you heard the Derek Gunn report that he mentioned last night on the postgame, but he essentially here's what he said. He essentially said that the Jalen Hurts situation is getting close to Carson Wentz levels. Take a listen.
There's a lot of people in that organization that are frustrated with the quarterback situation right now, but the quarterback understands he has them over a barrel. This is almost Carson Wentz part 2. They're not going to eat this kind of money yet. There's no way they're going to eat this kind of money. Look at the cap hit they took when they got rid of Carson, and look, it took them a couple of years to get back on solid ground again, footing, because they were handcuffed financially because of what they owed in the cap hit they took with Carson Wentz. You got the same scenario here with a bigger volume of money involved here.
That's pretty damning. I mean, this is a team that's 8-2, and you're talking about the fact that this is like a Carson Wentz situation, and I can't figure out whether it's they don't like his personality or they don't like the way the offense has to be run because he's the quarterback.
I think more it is the latter, and I think that is the problem. Is that there are certain things not happening within this offense. You have to start asking yourself, why can't they keep an offensive coordinator here? Why didn't Kellen Moore stay? He went to the Saints. Is it because he didn't like some of the things that are happening offensively?
I actually commented on this earlier that, he should have just, I get it. You get a head coaching opportunity, you take it.
Right.
He would have been better off being in year number 2 here, having another good year, and maybe you get a better job.
Yeah, but I think there is a lot of stuff, and it goes back to what we talked about last week, Mike. Did Jalen and AJ go rogue on that 4th down play, a la like they did in Seattle a couple years ago? Is that part of the problem with what's going on with Jalen Hurts that behind the scenes could be aggravating people? I mean, Kevin Patullo gets criticized heavily here by me and a whole lot of other people when you look at this offense. But is the offense being run the way he wants it to be run, the way Nick wants it to be run? Or are there things in the way that Jalen is not doing? Is the ball always going to where it should go on those pass plays? We can see guys that are open where it's not being thrown, right, on the all-22. How frustrating is it for the coaching staff to think that maybe that ball is not going where it should? I heard a report that there was a play, the one play where he threw an interception a couple weeks ago on the out. It might have been the Giants game. And he had A.J. Brown open over the middle and didn't throw the ball to him. It went to the out and was intercepted and returned. That ball in practice multiple times went to A.J. Brown from this story I heard, this report I heard. It didn't in the game, and there would have been a touchdown. So where is the disconnect? And I think you're right. I think one thing happens. Look, when you become the hunted, you become so good. Look, the Patriots were constantly trying to be torn down when they were a dynasty, when they were winning as much as they were. Deflategate, all this kind of stuff. Bill Belichick, what's he doing? People are going to come after you when you're winning. And I think there are certain things that come out because you win and you don't always win pretty. But this team does win. And so when you look at Jalen Hurts, is there some issues behind the scenes? I think there could be. I think there's, to a certain extent, it probably frustrates some people that he doesn't seem emotionally bothered by things. Is he going rogue at times? Certainly appears that might be the case. So, it's interesting. It certainly bears watching. And listen, Derek is he's well connected. So when he says stuff like that, I believe things that he says more than I would say Diane Rossini.
Well, and I say not only is he well connected, he is not a hot take guy. He's not saying something to get clicks. He's not saying something to, just to stir the pot. He's saying it because he's got it on good authority, and that is concerning because he mentioned Carson Wentz. It's to that level, and he's talking about they're not going to eat the contract, they're not going to eat the money, but you're winning games, and this is what I talked about when it reminded me of the 49er game. Not that the defense, because everybody's like, what are you talking about, the 49er game? Their defense, I said, it has nothing to do with the level of defense. My point was, if the Lions won the game, you would start to question yourself if you're the offense. Like, why can't we get the job done? Here they won the game, and they have doubts as to what's wrong with this offense. Then you hear something like this, and I look at that offense last night, and I say, okay, you won the game because your defense was so good. Then your coach almost tried to give the game to them by going for it on 4th down. But they have to be asking themselves, Scott, in the locker room, what is wrong with our offense? Why can't we get it done anymore?
Yeah, and I have changing my stance. I've consistently felt that it's multiple. There's multiple problems with it. One, I don't always feel like Jalen Hurts is going where he should or where the play is telling him he should go. And so there's that. I think Kevin Petullo has not gotten creative enough. You had man-to-man last night, and I went into that game thinking A.J. Brown's going to have a good game, not because of all the noise going on, but because the Lions like to play man. They're banged up in the secondary big time. How do you not take advantage of that? And so, yeah, he got a lot of targets. But, when you play man, Devontae Smith, I think, was thrown maybe just one ball. When you're in man-to-man coverage, you've got to be able to avoid that chuck at the line from the defender. Well, motion is the best way to do that. They did not do a lot of motion last night. And so I put some of the blame on that on Kevin Petullo. So I look at Kevin Petullo and I look at Jalen Hurts, and I see problems there that need to be fixed. I don't feel like they're always on the same page. And, I could continue to point out it's nobody's fault, but they continue to be banged up on that offensive line. Lane Johnson
I think that's out. And Lane Johnson, by the way, for those of you just tuning in, he is out. It says 4 to 6 weeks, but a Liz Frank injury.
Likely headed to injured reserve, but not out for the season.
I would be pretty surprised if we saw him play another regular season game. Liz Frank injury, those are generally season enders, especially for a guy like, listen, you just mentioned it, Scott. I think the offensive line is just beaten and banged up over 4 years of being the best in football, and it's caught up to them. I mean, Lane is breaking down. Landon came in broken down. Juergens had to leave the game last night. I think Steen is a better pass protector than he is a run blocker, so you lost Becton in the run game. That's 4 pieces to the puzzle, and I think Mailata has not played all that well this year.
Oh, he's admitted he has not had good games this season. And he's a fair, harsh critic of himself, very much like Jason Kelsey used to be. And Mailata's been hard on himself. He knows he's not playing at the level he did last year. So when you look down the line, you just named every single guy, right? They're not playing at the level they did last year. So people look at Saquon and say, well, he's not running as well. Has he lost a step? Has AJ lost a step? But you look at that offensive line that's having trouble, and consistency is such a big thing. And when those guys are rotating out because there's injuries that happen and they can't finish a game with the same 5 that start, it's hard offensively to win the battle in the trenches consistently, to know exactly where that block is going to be when you're Saquon getting a handoff and run through the hole. I mean, it was last week Jordan Mailata fell in the hole, and Saquon couldn't go through it. He got stopped. So there's definitely issues up there. I think there's a lot of blame to go around on that offense. Here's the good news. They'll have 6 weeks against lesser opponents, the Cowboys. The Bears are right now the 3 seed. That game's looking bigger. You got the Commanders twice. Later in the, you got the Chargers, who just got abused yesterday. There's some get-right opportunities out there.
The Chargers are a great example of what you're going through. When their offensive line's intact, they're very good. When it's not, they're not so good. I agree. I think the Eagles' offensive line is a big part of why this team is struggling with any consistency on offense. Because last year, Scott, what bailed them out would be they'd have a lead. It'd be 17-7 late in the game, and then Barkley would hit a 60-yarder, and then it's 24-7, game over. The defense was so good. The offensive line just beat you and beat you and beat you to the point where the defense was so beat up, and Barkley got a crease, and he blasted through it, and that was a touchdown, and that was the game. They can't do that anymore.
No, and I will say, too, I think last night one of their best drives was when they went no huddle.
Yep.
And they found success doing that earlier. I've been on here with you multiple times and pointed that out. I don't understand why they don't do more of that. That's a good way to keep a defense on the field, a good way to wear them down, because the Eagles don't hit a lot of home runs. So you can get 3, 4, 5 yards. Keep that defense on the field. They don't get to sub out. You keep hitting them with some Saquon. Maybe you sub in one play, right? You bring in Tank, hit them with a little bit more. You just keep beating them up on that line of scrimmage because they can't sub out. You wear them down. You go on one of those 5-6 minute drives. And you end it with points, and they're not doing that. They've had success doing it. I think they did it one time last night, one drive.
Yeah, they did.
They come out of the bye, Mike, and I expected them to see self-scouting success, doing things like that, and there hasn't been that self-scouting success.
And their two worst offensive performances have been the 2 weeks out of the bye. Now, I get it. Detroit, Green Bay's defense is pretty good. Guess what?
Yes.
The Giants found a way to score 20 points against that defense yesterday. And, you know, what I watched that game. The Giants ran the ball on them. The Giants ran the ball on them. Carolina ran the ball on them. You could not run the ball on Green Bay last week. They did run the ball. Barkley had his best day of the season last night, by the way. It was his best yardage game of the season, which was 26 carries for 83 yards.
Yeah, I think he's looking better. Now, here's the thing, and this is what you look at the big picture. The race for the 1 seed is going to go down, you know, clear into the end of the season. But you look at this division, and the Eagles are going to be potentially able to wrap it up before we hit December, which is crazy. But you get, and they've just got to keep finding ways to win, because the best thing for this defense and this entire team is to be able to play at home as the 1 seed, and to be able to have perhaps 1-2 weeks to get guys that are banged up, including in my mind a Saquon, to be 100% heading into the playoffs. And I think they have the ability to do that.
That's a good point. That's a great point, though. And I know we're going to have this coming up later with the unsportsmanlike moment of the day, but Chris Canty was talking about it this morning. And a lot of it was, and I heard Chris Collinsworth talking about this on a podcast leading into this game. He talked about, and he mentioned it last night multiple times, how that Hurts has not been a part of the run game, these designed runs, and part of him thinks that they are not using him because they're holding off that until the playoffs. And they don't want him to get hurt in the regular season. They're 8-2. They don't need it. But when they need it, they'll add that layer to the offense. Maybe. I will say, how many people watch Tank Bigsby and say, maybe this guy needs a couple more touches?
Yeah, you know, I think there's some truth to that. I think there is some truth to not, you know, they want to be able to unveil a different, let's say, chapter of the playbook. And that might be some more of these Jalen runs. Well, look at why Saquon had so much success last year. It's not the only reason. The line was a lot healthier. They played a lot better. But Jalen was also running a little bit more. And the threat of Jalen running, you know, when you have to hold for a split second to see if Jalen pulls that ball, that gives Saquon that split second to maybe hit that hole before one of those guys on the front line can get to him. Makes a big difference. And they're not showing that part of the playbook. I think there is some truth to that. And we'll have to see when they get down into the postseason.
Scott Grayson's grades, of course, after every Eagles game. Defense A, offense D, if I'm being kind, right? And they're brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone, Bridgeton Auto Mall. Scott, we will grade the Eagles and the Cowboys next week. You can listen to the Eagles and Cowboys right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, man.
All right, you got it, Mike. Take care.
All right, so there's Scott Grayson's grades. And, of course, the Eagles take on the Cowboys next week. The Cowboys will play the Raiders tonight. That game will be on Rock 104.1. The Sixers take on the Celtics tonight. That game is on 97.3 ESPN. Paul George is expected to make his season debut tonight against the Clippers. Joel Embiid is out. Jared McCain is back with the Sixers. We'll talk a little bit more about the Sixers roles. I actually saw Jared this weekend. I called his game on Saturday. He looked a lot better, the game on Saturday, from what he has been with the Sixers. We'll talk more about them coming up. And this 3 o'clock hour of the show is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call them at 609-3907 or online at broadlees.net. When we come back, Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, steps to the podium and he answers all the tough questions. Next on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 3 o'clock hour. We are getting ready for Nick Sirianni. He is at the podium, Philadelphia Eagles head coach. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. Don't forget Sixers and Clippers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Cowboys and Raiders on Rock 104.1. We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Coming up in 1 hour from now, Earnshaw's got the Nuggets. Mosher's got football at 4. 5 o'clock tonight, we've got the Johnny Mack is scheduled to join us as long as the Eagles' availabilities are done. He'll jump on at 5. The breaking news around the Eagles today, Lane Johnson, Liz Frank sprain foot injury, out 4 to 6 weeks. News around the Sixers now with Nick Sirianni. Here is the Eagles head coach.
Hey, Nick, you now have a record of 40-2 when you win the turnover battle. I know the concept of not turning the ball over is nothing new, but is there a certain point in your career where you decided it was something you really wanted to stress? And why do you think your team in particular has so much success when you win the turnover battle?
Yeah, I think really, you're a product of everything that you kind of go through as a coach, as a player. It's always been about the ball. I always admired Pete Carroll's programs and how much they talked about the football. I think that when I got to, I thought I knew how to teach ball security and all those different things until I got around Tom Rathman and in Indianapolis, and he was a maniac about it and just relentless about it. And Jamal Singleton is very similar. They're very similar in that. And if I had worked with Jamal before Tom, I would have said, well, I got around this guy, Jamal Singleton, because Jamal does a great job on it as well. But it's just this obsession there with the football, because we always talk about victory favors the team, making the fewest mistakes. There's a sign like that up on our wall, and it's about playing with great detail with your fundamentals. And so that's obviously something that's very important to us. The two games that we did lose, one in 21 was to Kansas City and in the regular season, the other one was last year against Washington. But when you combine good talent with good detail and good fundamentals, that's where you get some special things happening. And I think that's, been a big key, the talent combined with the fundamentals. And then you add the defense taking the football away and doing the things that they do, and being just as obsessive about it on that end as well. And it's just something that we've been very obsessive about. Our guys have done a great job of paying attention to it and playing to their strengths with the ball in their hands and trying to take it away.
We'll go to John McMullen and then Jeff McLean.
Hey, Nick. There's a report out there that Lane is going to miss some time. Can you confirm that? And how confident are you in Fred to handle that slot? And also the big packages, how does that affect? Because that had become a big part of the offense with Fred playing extra tight end.
Yeah, and I know yesterday we did some of that, and we were able to, Pryor was able to do some of that. We'll see with Lane. I know that he'll do everything he can do to get back as quick as he possibly can. We'll see the time that's missed. You guys know me. I'm not going to get into, how much time, what, this or that. But obviously you all saw the report, and we'll see where that leads. I'll have more information as we continue on throughout the week. As far as the big packages, again, like I said, Pryor has the ability to do that and have a lot of confidence in Pryor and Fred. I think they've played good football, when they've been able to go in and play.
We'll go to McLean and then Ed Kratz.
Hey, Nick, we've seen Cameron Latu when he's been out there as as the fullback exclusively. But is there something preventing him from being more of a blocking tight end? I mean, since that is kind of his position.
You know, Cam's done a really good job for us, you know, on many different fronts. He's done awesome on special teams. He's a menace out there on special teams, you know, with his physicality and with his ability, you know, to tackle and block destruct and block all those things that he's doing well in space. You know, obviously he's playing our fullback position, you know, like you mentioned, and we're really pleased with the guys that we have playing the tight end position. That doesn't mean that he can't go in there and function at a high level, but you know, we're pleased with the guys that we have in there and what they're doing, and know that Cam can go in and be successful with it as well. But Cam's role right now is, you know, at that fullback position, spotting in at tight end with different things, and then playing a big role in special teams.
We'll go to Ed and then Dave Zangaro.
Yeah, hi, Nick. I want to ask you about Jalen Phillips. I know it's a short sample size, 2 games, but, you know, this defense has only allowed 16 points against 2 very good offenses. How much difference has he made on that defensive front now that you've seen him for 2 games and X amount of practices?
Yeah, he plays with a great physicality. He plays with a great motor. Something that, you know, when we talk about what tough means, it's mental, physical, and relentless effort. He plays with all 3 of those things. Awesome. And, you know, obviously he's been, you know, a good addition these past 2 weeks. Look forward to continuing to get him going even more. But I think the front as a whole has continued to excel as well. And that's just those guys playing great team football together because, you know, because it's happening in the secondary as well. You know, we're getting good matches, we're getting good rushes, and all that works in conjunction with each other. So, you know, just the defense is doing a really nice job these last couple games, just playing as just as a team, a great group unit.
We'll go to Dave and then Martin Frank.
Nick, along those lines, a lot of your defensive linemen seem really proud about their group rush, being able to work together. What does it take for that unit to work in cohesion like that?
You know, selflessness. I think that's first and foremost. Obviously, when you play that position, you obviously want to always get sacks. Like, they're judged so much on sacks. But when you can rush as a unit, because it takes everybody, and it takes everybody rushing as a unit, and be so happy for your teammate when they make a play. You know, that just builds on top of each other. Again, the best teams that I've been on have great, you know, good teams have good players, great teams have great teammates, and you really see that with I love that they're so excited for each other in that. You try to stress that and show that as much as you possibly can, because this is the greatest team sport there is, and you can't be great without the greatness of others. There's no more true in all sports that I feel than in the defensive line, and we just are getting great group efforts. Truly, you see the excitement for each other when they make a play, and you love that because that just emphasizes team, because it's the best teams that win, not the best groups of individuals.
We'll go to Martin and then Tim McManus.
Hey, Nick. I was wondering, these last few weeks, you know, Green Bay and Detroit obviously weren't the best games offensively for you guys, but did Jalen Hurts kind of like show you something just with his leadership, with his poise during these games? I mean, is there anything new that you saw from him these last 2 games?
Just, you know, it's just always that his will to win is always on display, to do whatever he needs to do to help us win a football game, whether that's throwing for a ton of yards, whether that's running for yards, whether that's handing it off. That's what you love. That's what I always love about Jalen, is he'll do everything that he needs to do to help us win games. You know, and he's selfless. He's always doing that and finding ways to help us win football games and doing what's necessary to win football games. Sometimes it's, it's just every game there's a different thing required. So I think that, through this little winning streak that we have going on right now, he's just, continues to find ways to put us in positions to succeed. And, but we know as an offense, we want to continue to get better. We have a long way to go, and there's a lot of opportunities for us to get better. That's what today was about. But yeah, I love Jalen's ability to find ways to help us win, and I think that's what you see from our team is we find ways to win, and then we go back to work and try to find ways to get better.
We have time for two more, so we'll go to Tim and finish with Zach Berman.
Nick, I know you've talked about how you view analytics in the past. Curious as it applies to the end of game situation. So Green Bay, the 4th and 6th, and 4th and 1 against Detroit. Like, what kind of information are you getting in real time, and then how are you sort of applying that in your decision-making process?
Yeah, like I said, guys, like I've talked to you guys about this. Again, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. It always starts with the players and the play that you're calling. First, do you have faith in the players that you have? The analytics can say what it wants, but if you don't have faith in the players to go execute it, that doesn't give you a lot of confidence. So then what play do you have, the players that you have, and then you do. Analytics is a piece of the puzzle. All these different things are a piece of the puzzle. Your past successes, the league studies that you do, all these things play into that. I love our process. That doesn't, just because you have a great process doesn't automatically mean that you're going to convert every 4th down. I completely understand that. But great process with our coaches, great process, figuring out how we go about attacking there and when we go about, going for it. Ultimately, always, I have to make those tough calls and have, be able to have that conviction again, because when you don't convert on 4th down, right, it is always going to be on you as the head coach because you ultimately made that decision. And you're not going to get a lot of praise when you get it on 4th down, like, Coach, great job on that decision. That just doesn't go that way. And that's okay. So you have to have major conviction within yourself, understanding that there's going to be major criticisms when you don't get it, and there's not a lot of points that are given to you when you do get it. And so you have to have a major process that you go through to put yourself in a position where you can have major conviction when you make those decisions. And fully accept all the criticism that happens when you don't get it, because that's my job as a coach. And but it can affect you moving forward of making the right decisions with the right process as we continue on.
We'll finish with Zach here.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. You said last night that the way the game is played is sometimes dictated by what's happening in the game. When the defense is playing at this level, how do you either manage the game differently, call the game differently, or even accordingly based on the defense?
Yeah, I think that will get a little bit technical, Zach. I don't want to get into everything there. There are obviously different things, but it can affect decision making in the second half. Of things that you do in the second half. You're always trying to get up and get a lead in that first half, but it can affect some of those things. But you always want to play, obviously with the lead. But even the more the lead, obviously, the more comfortable you can be right there. So you're always trying to add to that. But it can help you decide on when to kick field goals, help you decide on when to punt, different things like that. Knowing when the defense is rolling like that. But again, that's why I'm saying it's like there's all these different pieces of the puzzle to help you make decisions, and you got to have the discernment and wisdom as you're going through the game to understand how the game's being played.
There's Nick Sirianni, everybody. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, and really, Nick getting asked questions about the analytics. Obviously, the decision he makes to go for it on 4th down at the end of that game is awful. The way your defense is playing, now the defense is playing so well that it even bailed you out of that situation. But the way your defense is playing with the lead that you have and the time left on the clock, you punt the ball down the field, you make the Lions go the length, and they have to score twice. It's a terrible decision. That said, no questions regarding the Jalen Hurts stuff. I wonder if that's going to surface in the locker room or maybe later on in the week. He will speak again on Friday, Nick will. Coordinators will talk tomorrow. Sports Bash Live. When we come back, it is today's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. Chris Canty, Evan Cohen, Michelle Smallman. Who is today's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day? Stick around. Find out. Coming up next.
I am looking at the results and saying, I kind of don't care. If the defense is going to perform in that way and they're going to continue to win games, we praise the Philadelphia Eagles for how smart they are. We praise Jalen Hurts all the time for being a good leader and for being effective. We look at that defense. Vic Fangio's unit has this defense rolling. Why are we caring if A.J. Brown is happy or not? Why?
That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, Michelle Smallman. Why are we caring if A.J. Brown is happy or not? She's not wrong. I think we're at the point now where A.J. just hasn't been productive enough. Even last night when they targeted him over and over and over and over again. And the question was asked after the game, A.J., you were a big part of the offense, and the offense still didn't perform last night. What do you have to say about that? He didn't really have a good answer. But what I will say is the one thing that we have constantly kind of talked about, I remember having this conversation 2 years ago when they were 10-1, and all the way leading up to 10-1, it was, man, they find ways to win, and good teams find ways to win, and they'll fight you, and you've got to play their style to beat them. The difference is that defense stunk and was good enough to get them to 10-1. This defense is really, really, really good. So is that enough to step the fact that they don't have that good of an offense? What offense is better, this offense or the 2023 offense?
I'd still say this one.
This offense is better than the offense from 2023? They didn't have Saquon.
That's the big one.
But they had a younger version of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Their offensive line on that team was better than this line. Right? I mean, you can make a strong argument that the 2023 offense is better than this offense because they had a better offensive line. Now, they didn't have Saquon, but they had basically everything else but younger versions of them.
The scheme, the play caller is basically a wash.
Well, they really haven't had – the offense is the offense. I mean, we've had many people come on the show. Britton Covey was on the show. He talked about it. He said, it's Nick's offense. This offense – the terminology has not changed. The plays have not changed. The play design has not changed. This is Nick's offense.
What would this offense look like if Nick was calling the plays like Dan Campbell did? He took play calling responsibilities away. He's now calling the plays for the rest of the year.
The fact that you bring that up is kind of interesting. See what everybody thinks out there. Dan Campbell took over the play calling, and it did not go well last night. Now, the week before, he scored 44 points.
Yeah.
So 1 week you could score 44, the next week you could score 6. Same play caller. So sometimes it's not the play caller's fault. It's also not the play caller who is the reason why your team has success. Some of these guys get jobs, offensive coordinators get jobs because of their offensive ability to call plays, and then they go someplace, and then you never hear from them again. You can't just call plays and you're just a great play caller, and then all of a sudden, just because you're a great play caller, voila, the team is good. How many guys have you heard get jobs because they were a great play caller, and then they stink as a head coach? You got to have players. We always want to blame the play caller and the play this and the play that. The Eagles' offensive line prohibits what they want to do offensively. You asked a question about Nick Sirianni calling plays. He did call plays for 7 games, and they were not very good. But you know what they did a lot in those 7 games? They tried to throw the ball. They tried to pass when they shouldn't have been passing. And then he gave up the play calling and turned it over to Shane Steichen. And Shane said, hey, listen, we're going to start running the ball more because we have a great offensive line. But let's not make everything about the offensive coordinator. We've seen so many offensive coordinators that get head coaching jobs.
There's a lot of them out there.
Kellen Moore, how's their offense in New Orleans right now? Any good? No. How many times have you seen an offensive coordinator get a job and then the team stinks? You can't just throw an offensive coordinator and then think that's going to fix offensive problems. And the Eagles, by the way, they got to stop changing the damn offensive coordinator. How many offensive coordinators is Jalen Hurts going to have? How many offensive coordinators can this offense go through before it finally clicks? It's not like the offense was this well-oiled machine last year and the year before and the year before that. They have constantly had issues. But the one thing they've been good at is running the ball. One thing they've been good at, regardless, is running the ball and winning and finding ways to win. That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's brought to you by White Horse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone. White Horse RV, your RV adventure starts here. Mike Gill, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. And right now, that is your cue to call. Caller 7-609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You're entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's at Margate. You must be present to win. We'll have tickets to 99 pairs of tickets, to be exact, to all sorts of events, including Eagles Club Box seats to see the Eagles and Commanders at Lincoln Financial Field. We'll have Sixers tickets. We'll have Flyers tickets. We'll have tickets to concerts and other great shows and events from all over the area. You must be present to win on Wednesday, November 26th at Maynard's in Margate. All 99 qualifiers will walk away with a pair of tickets. Caller 7 right now. You're in. Good luck.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That's where we are today. And, of course, a lot of people texting in and thoughts on the Eagles' win last night. They are 8-2. They are the number 1 seed. They are in first place. They did win last night. It was an ugly win, though. Geoff Mosher joins us now for today's edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I know they won the game, and that is what is most important, but that is a ugly win last night for the Eagles offensively again. But I do want to start with the defense, and I want to ask the question of whether or not we think that they can keep up this level of defense the way they're playing if the offense can't hold up their end of the bargain. Can they continue to win with this defense playing like this? Obviously. But if the offense cannot hold up their end of the bargain.
Well, I think that's to be determined, Mike. We'll see. I would say I think that against the Packers team, the defense looked really good, but we know the Packers were really shorthanded in the wide receiver department. They lost Tucker Kraft. And then they lost their center, Elkton Jenkins, who's a really good player in the middle of the game. The Lions, totally different in that that's a team that was averaging 30 points, not struggling offensively. But they did have 2 backup offensive linemen in, and I think that the 2 guys who were starting at guards were not very good compared to what the Eagles had. I'm very curious this weekend, theoretically. I mean, the Cowboys play tonight, so you never know how they're going to come out of it. But they've got their offensive line's back to being healthy. So I think it's going to be a real test of this defensive front. Can they continue to get home, collapse pockets, put pressure on the quarterback with just 4-man rushes the way they have the last 2 weeks? Because if things stay the same, if the Cowboys are healthy up front and they're now healthy in the weapons department, that'll kind of be a little bit of a difference from the last 2 teams they've had to play who have been a little shorthanded, either one or the other.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And that is why, they're winning. They beat Detroit, who's very good, by the way. This is a good, very good offense, talented offense. They beat Green Bay, another good team. These are 2 playoff teams. They've beaten the Reds. But, you look at this team and you wonder if things are starting to crack a little bit because of the ineptitude of the offense. Not on the defensive side of the ball, but you wonder how many more weeks can the defense give up 6 points, 7 points, 10 points, and you expect to be successful. When you watch that offense last night, what are some of the problems in that offense that maybe are not fixable?
We don't have enough time, Mike. We don't have enough time. I mean, let's be real. I think if you watch the team, you start to see things you're familiar with. I don't know that they're trying to fix the offense per se by doing a whole lot different. I mean, their offense is their offense. I'm sure they're working Wednesday through Saturday on doing what they normally do better because it's not doing great. But I heard you say, why was it Mike McGarry? He said, why can't they get the ball to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in the same game, right? And you think of other wide receiver pairings that are able, you'll see Justin Jefferson and maybe Jordan Addison get more catches in the game, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. But the offense doesn't throw at a high volume, so you're not going to see a whole lot of spread around targets, right? And B, it's a simple, basic offense intended to be that way. And I don't think that they're going to be radically changing that anytime soon. I think that would be difficult to do. And it's an offense that is catered to the strength of the personnel.
Well, they're saying that it's catered to the strength of the personnel. I'm not even sure.
It's also a way of saying it's limited to the weakness to take away the weaknesses of the personnel, right? I mean, that's what they've done for 3 years now, though, Mike. I mean, that's who they are.
Yeah. Well, and here's the big thing, and see if you agree. Obviously, you're right. They have built it around the personnel that they had. They had this offensive line that was great. It allowed them to run the ball. They had Miles Sanders, who had 1,200 yards and was a big play running back. Then they switched him out and brought in DeAndre Swift, and he had a 1,000-yard season. Then they switched him out, and they brought in Saquon Barkley, and he had a 2,000-yard season. The offensive line is the one big problem, and they got a big hit today by losing Lane Johnson. I would imagine he's done for the year with a Liz Frank injury. But that offensive line as a whole is why this offense is struggling, is it not?
It's a big part of it, certainly, because, again, when you don't have the running game and the running lanes that you used to have last year especially, then it takes the pressure off a passing game that doesn't have a high ceiling. We know this. That's not an indictment of anybody. It's not a criticism. The last 2 years, the pass offense has not been a featured part. That's not been like one of the league's best pass offenses. It's been the ability to run the ball well and work the passing game off of it. They haven't asked a lot. We talk about all the time. They just don't want to turn the ball over. They play carefully. They take shots downfield when they're presented, and they typically hit on those shots downfield, right? But when you take that running element away, and when you take the offensive line's ability to really dominate the line of scrimmage away, then you take a lot of what their offense is predicated on away.
Well, and I guess the question off of that is, can they then pivot and do something else? They seemingly have the personnel. You would think, hey, I got A.J. Brown, I got Devontae Smith, I've got Jahan Dotson, I've got Goddard. Can I shift my focus and maybe become more of a passing team?
No. Can the Cincinnati Bengals with Joe Burrow, remember they won all those games at the end of last year and almost made the playoffs after being like 5 or 6 games down? Could they pivot if they needed to and become a run team like the Eagles? No, they're not built like that. They have a terrible offensive line. So you're not going to feed your running back, Chase Brown, as good as he is, like 35 carries a game or have some committee, because that's not the strength of what you do, right? So, no, you can't change your identity when your identity is your offensive line and it's struggling. You can't scheme around it. You know how I like to say you can't play hide the quarterback, you can't play hide this, you can't play hide your number 2 corner or your number 1 corner if he's not good. This is not something that's hideable, an offensive line that just isn't at its best.
So why do we think, again, they targeted A.J. all night last night. I thought there was an interesting question to A.J. after the game, and he didn't really have a great answer for it. I think he was a little thrown off by it. And the question was asked, A.J., you got a lot of targets this week, and yet the result was the same, that the offense struggled. Why do you think that was? He didn't really have much to say for that. So his whole point has been like, hey, I want to contribute. Okay, you did contribute this week, and here we are. So why is the pass game so inept?
Well, if this were a courtroom, I would throw the objection, Your Honor, in on that question because, 11 targets is a lot, but what was his average yards per target and what was his average yards per catch? I think he averaged 7.8 yards per catch, right? That's like a running game type passing game, basically. You're just throwing short. He wasn't featured the way he would like to be featured, which is, on more than just comebacks and slants. If there's nothing more glaring to me, Mike, and I'm not trying to praise the Lions in a loss. The Eagles just completely dominated them. But is it not glaring to watch how the Lions get the ball of their players, their explosive players in space and watch amazing things happen? Like Jahmyr Gibbs just dancing. And I get it. Jahmyr Gibbs is one of one and Jameson Williams has speed too. And maybe these guys that the Eagles have, like Devontae Smith's a great route runner. A.J. Brown's a strong physical player. Saquon is a unique running back. Maybe they don't all run 4.2 40s or anything, but they're playmakers. How often do you see them getting the ball in a type of in a lead or with the ball out in front so they can make yards after the catch? No, almost never. It's a stop route. It's a slant inside a zone where there's going to be a safety to come up, make a hit. It's a comeback. Every once in a while you get yards after a catch because Jalen does a good job of hitting somebody in stride down the field where he leads it and then it's a touchdown like a bomb, right? That's a little bit different than what I'm talking about as far as using every blade of grass on the field to get good players in space and let them create.
Well, the Lions, too, they play a tremendous amount of man coverage, and it just felt like the Eagles were ill-prepared for man coverage almost. Like, you're thinking, like, what are you running in the pass game against this man coverage? And it just seemed perplexing that the play design was not ready for man coverage.
It's interesting because the Lions played a lot of cover 3, which is typically a zone look. but they would play man within that coverage. So it's possible that was we've seen the Eagles do a lot of things. I mean, opponents do a lot of things. Earlier in the year we talked about how much like the Broncos and the Bucs were blitzing in the first half and then completely backing off and changing the picture in the second half. So teams are absolutely doing things differently against the Eagles, but like at the same time, it's not like they're reinventing a wheel of coverage either. The Eagles just don't adjust well as a staff, as a personnel group. I mean, but because again, they don't have a whole lot in the bag to go to. You know what I'm saying? Like they do what they do.
It is. They do what they do, and they did it very well for a time. And listen, we go back to 2022. I mean, even Jalen's first year, they were 2-5, and then they started to run the ball, and they just ran it all over you. I think the offensive line is beat up, and it is battered, and it is taking a toll over these last 4 seasons. And you're starting to see that right now. And I guess the question is, do they not trust that Jalen Hurts can put more in the pass game into his hands here to say, hey, we're going to have to now kind of become more of a pass-first offense as opposed to running the ball? I don't know, but it's going to be hard to.
That's not going to happen.
Well, and Saquon had 80-some yards last night. I wouldn't say that he had a great game, though. I mean, I thought Bigsby, it's a weird situation all of a sudden where Bigsby is like, hey, that guy gives you a little extra burst, right?
Well, he had that 17-yard run on a really well-designed pin pull sweep, and I'm like, oh, I remember the pin pull. They pulled that out like a week or two ago, and both him and Saquon were the beneficiaries. But it seemed like the wheel. Remember, I always talk about the wheel that they spin sometime. The wheel was like, oh, let's do pin pull and it just so happens Bigsby was in the game. How often do they go back to it? Not very often.
8.5 yards a carry, by the way, for Bigsby. 4 carries for 34 yards for Bigsby. Barkley had 26 for 83. That's 3.2. The yards just aren't there. I think the offensive line is a big issue. JeffMcMullen from the Inside the Birds podcast, phillyvoice.com. Obviously, this Derek Gunn comment is very interesting to me because Derek is a guy who's not a sensationalism kind of guy. He's not a hot taker. Here's what Derek Gunn said on the postgame last night.
There's a lot of people in that organization that are frustrated with the quarterback situation right now, but the quarterback understands he has them over a barrel. This is almost Carson Wentz part 2. They're not going to eat this kind of money yet. There's no way they're going to eat this kind of money. Look at the cap hit they took when they got rid of Carson, and it took them a couple of years to get back on solid ground again, footing, because they were handcuffed financially because of what they owed in the cap hit they took with Carson Wentz. You got the same scenario here with a bigger volume of money involved here.
There's just like an insane amount of stuff here. He has them over a barrel as if like he knows he's the problem, but what are you going to do about it? That's what entered my head there. Carson Wentz part 2. This team's 8-2, and you're talking about like, what do you make of that comment from Derek, who is obviously a very, very well-respected guy?
Well, you've known me for a long time, and you've known Inside the Birds for a long time, and the one reason why we keep we don't just let anybody work for Inside the Birds. You have to really know the game and be inside. So I respect Derek. He has great contacts, great intel. He appears on Inside the Birds twice a week called Birds Weekly with Ray Didinger. So I absolutely am positive he'll be expanding on those comments this week on Birds Weekly on Inside the Birds. And what I make of it is, listen, we've talked about this too. Go back to last year. They won the Super Bowl, but at 2-2, you remember Brandon Graham going on this show and saying, hey, we went over to Jalen Hurts' house to kind of show him what it's like to loosen up and put your arm around guy. You know what I'm saying? Like this stuff has followed Hurts for a little bit about how he appeals to everybody in the locker room and stuff like that. When you win Super Bowls and you're Super Bowl MVP, diminishes for a little while. But then when you start not having good offensive games, but it becomes really bad. And even last year, this feels like worse than last year offensively. Then that stuff comes back out again. But, I don't doubt that there's any truth. Any falsity to what Derek is saying. And I've heard, Adam and I have heard things consistently throughout the years about, Jalen inside that complex.
Well, listen, and that was my question. This is becoming Carson Wentz part 2 is the part that really clouds it a little for me. Carson was a guy that it seemed like people just didn't like or couldn't connect with or didn't get along with or just couldn't understand. Are we insinuating that they can't connect with Jalen, or is it more they are so disenchanted with what the offense has to be because of Jalen?
Well, I think when you work in the NFL and when you work in a football environment and locker room, those things kind of can get tied, right? I mean, how often do you – this is independent, but just to show an example, like why do quarterbacks take their linemen out for dinner, right? Because they're trying to forge a chemistry off the field that they believe will benefit them on the field, because what you do – it's a team sport. It's the most team sport of all the team sports. It requires everybody to be on the same page. So what you're asking me is a question of, is this an off-field thing or an on-field thing? And I'm saying, like, you don't necessarily have to separate the two, because relationships off the field in football are a very big deal about how they work on the field. I mean, listen to A.J. Brown. Does A.J. Brown sound like he and Jalen Hurts are best friends like they used to be?
I don't know that
I think it's pretty well known now that they're not. I mean, Brandon Graham came out and said it last year again.
Oh, listen.
Yeah.
I would say I don't know that they have any interaction at this point. It almost seems like.
I think that's a good point.
So that is why, he says he has them over a barrel, and you're thinking, my gosh, like, would the team like to move on from him if they could? Is that what he's insinuating?
Well, I mean, that's a phrase and expression that can mean a lot of things, and I'm sure Derek will expand on it.
It could mean a lot of things. Generally, none of them are positive.
Right. Well, that's true. That is true. Now, so it's hard to predict the future, Mike, because we don't know what's going to happen. If the Eagles win the Super Bowl again,
wow,
they're in the Super Bowl, then everybody, I'm sure nobody's going to be complaining too much, right? But if this team doesn't make a deep playoff run, if the offense continues to be dormant, let's face it, or just not impactful, changes are going to be made. I used to have a favorite phrase. Adam loves it. I said, nobody hires and fires coaches when they make the playoffs more than the Eagles. And if you go back and look, the Eagles have had some major changes in their coaching staff and front office in years that they made the playoffs. They just didn't go as far as they were supposed to go. Remember Doug Peterson, 2018, 2019, coaching changes forced on him, things like that. So, and this goes back to Andy as well. So I think that we have to see how this season plays out. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Eagles get bounced out of the first round or really finish on a bad note, that changes wouldn't be made. I'm sure they would.
Listen, I think I'm at the point where I think this is the last time you're going to see this offense as is. AJ.
Probably fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're watching this and they're saying, we have so much money invested into this offense, and it's not – the ROI is not there. And it's one of those things. We have to break it up the year early if we have to before we hold on to it for too long. I think if you're watching this right now, you're saying something. And I actually made the comment when they gave Barkley the extension, kind of scratched my head a little bit. And it was nice that you did the guy right because he got the 2,000 yards. But you have to now wonder whether or not you've already paid for his best season behind this offensive line, which is starting to break down a little bit. And the question is, Moshe, it almost feels like this is the last hurrah for this offense. Can they make it to the finish line intact with this defense? And it's like, can we scratch and claw with this defense with one last run with this group of guys?
It could turn out to be that way. I'm reluctant to really, because you just never know. You absolutely never know how it's going to turn out. And there's also been times like last year, where everything looked terrible for 4 weeks and all of a sudden 55 points, right? I mean, all of a sudden the Super Bowl. So I'll be very curious to see. I really think, though, that here's what we always credit Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie being. Sometimes they make moves in the moment that don't make sense or seem like panic moves or reactionary. But then when we look back on it, we say, as you just mentioned, they were ahead of it. They understood. They didn't get clouded by past success. They made a change when they felt change was really necessary, and they've done a good job of that. I mean, even unpopular moves over the last 5, 6, 7 years have turned out and worked in their favor. So the one thing we know, right, if they're not satisfied with the product, even if the product looked like it's in good shape, right? They will make drastic changes if they feel that's necessary.
Geoff Mosher's with us. Lane Johnson, 4 to 6 weeks. Liz Frank, I guess Fred Johnson would go there, but that's an injury that you usually don't see a guy come back from in the actual same season.
I was a little surprised by the 4 to 6. Now, I know there's the Liz Frank sprain, which is what he reportedly has, versus the Liz Frank fracture, which is worse, and that's usually season ending. So perhaps, but I still think, A, 4 to 6 is probably being generous. B, with that kind of injury, you can't really do a whole lot. Like there are some knee injuries or ankle injuries where you can still keep your conditioning, ride a bike, do something like that. This one's a tough one, man. You really got to let that thing heal and can't do too much from a conditioning standpoint. But if you're an optimist, you say, hey, look, the Eagles are making the playoffs. They're winning this division, barring like the biggest collapse. So if he's back for the playoffs, then they should be fine.
I agree with that. And you know what? Somebody brought up, I think it was maybe Grayson earlier, brought up the point of they might clinch the division before Christmas.
Okay. Yeah. No, seriously. But if, let's say the Cowboys lose tonight. Okay. That's 5 games, right? Is that not a 5-game lead they would have over the Cowboys?
Cowboys are 3-5-1 right now?
Yeah, and the Eagles are
8-2. Yeah. So they could clinch.
If
Dallas loses this week and you beat Dallas next week, right? You're playing a lot of meaningless football, which means you could get Landon Dickerson. Now, you're still trying to play for the number 1 seed. That does matter. So I don't know that you can just sit these guys.
No. They want that number 1 seed. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know that you could just sit some of these guys and hope they get healthy. Hey, you don't have to play for the next 4 weeks. We'll use you. Get your knees healthy, get your ankle healthy, so this will be interesting. I'll tell you what, though. I talked about it last week, how it felt like, when San Francisco came in here and some people were like, this defense is way different. That would never – it's not the defense that would worry me. And they won last night, and you're starting to see a little bit of doubt that the offense can figure out what their problems are.
Yeah. I mean, it's been several weeks in a row now. I mean, the Giants game feels like 3 years ago. I think now people start to see it as that was the Giants. And they're – I think what I think I sense from just listening to fans, right, is that you're looking for the Eagles to get it together because they did something, not just because all of a sudden one day the offense clicked and they scored 35 points like they did against the Giants and then went back. You're looking for schematically, innovatively, something from a play, something to get this thing going and make it look better. But you see the same product style week after week after week. And at this point, you're just hoping that it works better than it did the prior week. Does that make sense? Like you're not seeing radical changes in how they go about operating their offense.
All right, Geoff Mosher, check out his great piece on the defense, which played well last night over at phillyvoice.com. Adoree Jackson had big moments in the game. He played well at some times. I thought that Brandon Graham had a big play in that game, by the way. He made a huge play on that 4th down stop. Yeah. Phillips had a great game. Dean stood out in the game. Jordan Davis played very well. Carter they played very well on defense. How much longer can they keep this up, man?
I don't know. Nicole, that's why, there's a lot of football left to play. There's a ton of games left, right? I mean, 7 games is like an eternity. It's almost half a season. And, what if you get 2 injuries? What if you lose a pass rusher, and what if Quinyon Mitchell, sprains an ankle, he's out for 3? I mean, you're a different team if you don't have this defensive effort and all 11 playing like this. So just got to hope everything goes their way. Has so far.
All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Check that out on all podcasting platforms, and he'll be back on Wednesday. Get us some more information from Gunner, would you?
Oh, sure. Birds Weekly.
Check out Birds Weekly on the Inside the Birds platform.
Fridays.
All right, thanks, man.
See ya.
There's Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, we got the Nuggets for today. Nick's Nuggets are on the way, and, of course, the Football at 4 is brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort, the Gallery, Bar, Book, and Games. It's the place to be for this football season. Ocean Casino. Go to the Gallery. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more, visit oceanac.com. They got a lot going on here at Ocean Casino Resort. Got that Bush concert coming up December 13th. Get the tickets for that along with Soul Asylum. You can watch all the UFC action right here at the Fanatic Sportsbook. College football weekend, big college football weekend coming up. And, of course, the Eagles and the Cowboys will be on Sunday. And the Eagles' opponent, the Cowboys, play tonight against the Raiders. You can listen to that game on our sister station, Rock 104.1.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2025 season this Sunday in Dallas against their NFC East rivals, the Cowboys.
You don't do that. You don't help Cowboys to their feet.
Pre-game coverage starts at 3 p.m. with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 4:25. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
You know, I've been telling you about my friends over at the Nizam's Restaurant. Well, don't forget, their Eagles special is back. You get a free order of spicy tandoori chicken wings for dine-in customers when the Eagles win. They also have a great lunch buffet on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and has a great banquet space that can seat up to 100 people for private events and celebrations. So what are you waiting for? Try out the Nizam's in Harbor Square, Egg Harbor Township, right outside of Boscov's.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
I think he's going to head to IR. It's a good scenario for the Eagles if he's back by playoffs. And the Cowboys will not have to face Lane Johnson. Frank, the Cowboys play next Sunday, and he is not going to face the Cowboys.
All right, there's Pro Football Doc. He's been on the show. You've got, of course, you see him all over the X platform, Twitter. Dr. Chow, who was the former doctor for the L.A. Chargers. He now, breaks down all the injuries. He's the guy that breaks down all those injuries. And as he said, you will not see Lane Johnson. He has got in fact, 4 to 6 weeks is the timetable. So get ready for life without Lane, which has not gone well over the years. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. Time for Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, Nernshaw Radio, which is on his social media platforms. You can check that out tonight at 9 o'clock. And, of course, I think 9 o'clock, he can tell you whether he's going live tonight at 9 o'clock or not. Let's bring in Nick Earnshaw for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. What's up, man?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Nice to talk to you. We got a lot to get to today. And, yeah, you mentioned Lane Johnson. You play that clip from Dr. Chow. He's out. And I don't know. I think 4 to 6 weeks is a generous timetable for Lane Johnson. Remember, he's up there in age. He's been around for a long time. It's a big guy. That's a tough injury also to come back from there, Mike Gill. So losing him, that's a tough one for the Philadelphia Eagles at this point, especially with all the offensive issues that we have to get to in just a second. But losing Lane, that's not helpful heading down the stretch here.
No, it's not, and they have not played well without Lane in the past. We know anytime Lane Johnson does not play, the Eagles have been a disaster. Now they have played with him frequently this year, and Fred Johnson has done a pretty, decent job. The domino effect of it is that now Fred Johnson plays right tackle. They've been using him in these bigger sets. Now you got to go to Matt Pryor in that role, not conducive to this offense. Look, I've been saying it all day. I think it's the story of this offense right now. Their offensive line is the biggest part of the problem. If you were to slice the pie up and say play calling, offensive coordinator, this, that, the biggest thing for me, biggest part of the pot is the offensive line is just not the same. And you're seeing what other teams go through. When you don't have a good offensive line, you can't have a consistent offense, and they don't have a good offensive line right now.
No, they don't. And then that leads me to nugget number one here, Mike. There's no reason the offense should be struggling this much, right? That's the reason. Like, they should. I understand. The offensive line has struggled. They have been banged up. They've had injuries on the offensive line. Now you lose Lane Johnson. Fred Johnson's been really good. Well, you got to give credit to Howie Roseman for rectifying, letting him go and then trading him back to get Fred Johnson in the mix. So great job of bringing him back into the mix here, Mike Gill. So that you got to give Howie credit for. But as for the offense as a whole, yes, it starts with the offensive line because you mentioned it in Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher. Like they allowed Miles Sanders to have a 1,200-yard year. Like he had a really good year, right? And DeAndre Swift had a good year with the Eagles. Like they have allowed running backs to have really good years. Then you bring in Saquon. He just dominated last year. That has been an issue this year. They haven't been able to run the ball as effectively as they have in years past. So the offensive line, part of the problem. Kevin Patullo, part of the problem. You look at some of these route concepts, they have not been good enough. They just have not. And, you see AJ giving up on a route last night. And there hasn't been enough creativity overall with the offense and the way they design plays. So that's part of the problem. And by the way, Jalen didn't play well last night. Anyone with a brain and 2 eyes and 2 ears and a nose and everything, you could not tell me that Jalen, he just did not play as well as he would like. But nobody played well last night on the offensive side of things. But they got to figure this out. There is too much money invested, too much talent. I know the Derek Gunn comments are a little bit concerning. But overall, this is a majority of the issue here. It's not just one person. It's a combination of factors this season, and it's been a little bit of everything. And now It's so funny. We here in this area in the Delaware Valley are complaining about an 8-2 football team. And listen, the offense has struggled. My goodness, they're 8-2. They're coming off a Super Bowl. We complain about everything, but there is a little bit of reason to do this.
Well, there's a lot there. I mean, the offensive line is a big problem. I definitely think that the offensive line is the number one problem for this team. Right now, the offensive line is the biggest problem with their offense. They cannot run the ball consistently. And because they can't run the ball consistently, they cannot get anything going offensively. Their offense has been run the ball, big play. Run the ball, big play. They're up in the game 17-7. Then they hit a big run to make it 24-7. The offensive line would just beat up on teams, and then those teams would be out of gas by the fourth quarter. 8 minutes left in the game. The Eagles could just run the game out because they just beat you up all game long. They cannot do that anymore. And because they can't run the ball as consistently, they're having some problems in the pass game. Why? Well, their passing game is pretty elementary. Their passing game has always just kind of been, hey, run. We need a little bit of a pitch and catch here. Bang. There you go. It is not one of these offenses where the passing game has a lot of depth and the concepts. And we're talking about this before. Like their offense, they've been a very safe offense. They don't want to turn the ball over. They don't want to do stuff like that. So, yeah.
Is that the play calling or is that Jalen?
I think it's play design, though. Play design is part of the problem. I think that's part of the issue here with the Eagles is that they are not running the best routes. They're not running the best route combinations with talented receivers like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it at this point. But going back to the whole thing, the offensive line's been a problem this year. It hasn't been as good as it has been in the past, right? So it's just a culmination of everything, and it's making the perfect storm as to why you're having these 16-9 games, these 13-10 games, like these close games with no scoring. But you got to give credit to the defense because they're helping you win those games too. But with all the talent on the offense, there's just no excuse. There's just no excuse at all.
There isn't, and we were talking about this before. I actually, after last night's game, now unless something completely changes my mind between now and the end of the year, I think this is the last year you're going to see this group of offense together. I think Howie Roseman's watching it and realizing that I got to break this up 1 year early, or because you don't want to be the guy that has somebody mentioned this before.
It might even be 1 year too late.
It might be 1 year too late.
AJ, without he's playing.
Is AJ Brown turned into like a Julio Jones? One of those type of guys where they're awesome, and then they're just not anymore. He doesn't have the same explosion. That's pretty apparent. I think a lot of the metrics show that he doesn't have the same explosion.
No.
So if he's not getting open at the same rate, what's he going to be next year? So I think AJ Brown is probably here for the last year. People can't, you're almost like, I can't picture trading him. And I think the Eagles are at the point now, after watching this and seeing what's going on and all the drama, would say, if we could trade him, we probably will, because we don't, even if he has another good year left in him, we don't want to hold on to him 1 year too long, so we'll get rid of him 1 year early. So I think this is it.
$32 million, too. I mean, you mentioned the money. They had to bring out BG from retirement on the other side of the ball because a lot of money's invested into this offense.
Yeah, I mean,
bring some of these guys in defensively,
It's going to be fascinating to watch how the rest of the season unfolds, heading into the offseason. What if they win another Super Bowl? Is it still going to matter at that point? You know what I mean? Like if they continue to win and they start dominating and they have these big offensive games late in the year and in the postseason, is it going to matter by that point? That's something also to factor in here because there's a lot of football left. And remember last year there was drama midseason, right, with BG and all this stuff. So that's part of it too. And I'm looking forward to see how this is all going to shake out because what if things do turn around? There's a positivity in me, glass half full in me there, Mr. Mike Gill and Cheap Seats Pete. But there's also one other thing I want to get to in this nugget, is that NBC put up a graphic last night of the play callers that Jalen Hurts has had since 2016. I mean, just the list, it almost filled up the entire screen last night, Mike. That's also another problem. They can't keep an offensive coordinator in the building. They go get a new head coaching job every freaking year, or they stink. It's one or the other. There's no in between.
That's what happens when you have a good team. Is generally teams hire their coordinator from a team that wins the Super Bowl. Hey, you were the guy who led that offense.
Or they're Brian Johnson or Kevin Petula.
Jalen, though? Isn't that a testament to Jalen? He gets these guys promoted?
It's the whole offense. I mean, you run this offense with the weapons that they've had over the years. I think Kellen Moore made a mistake by taking the Saints job. I think he would have been better served to stay here for a second year with this offense. And then you have the pick of the litter. If you have another team that goes to the Super Bowl, look, they're 8-2 right now. This team's really good. Can you imagine if they had Kellen Moore and the offense was fluid? He could have basically taken any job he wanted to. He didn't have to take the Saints job, for God's sakes. But I get it. These guys, they want to get their opportunity, and they might not think another opportunity is coming. But if you're Kellen Moore, have a little faith in yourself that you just won the Super Bowl, and that you have the same offense back. They're all signed. You didn't have to go into the offseason worrying about free agents leaving or anything, and that you could have ran that offense for a second year and then really had it take off, and then you could have had to pick a litter of jobs. So I think that Moore made a little bit of a mistake there. But that being said, that's what happens when you have a good team. The coordinators go. And that's why you got to hope that they don't fire or that this guy gets it. Because what are you going to do, get another offensive coordinator next year?
Yes.
I mean, you could. What they do after Brian Johnson, right? Like after the 2023 collapse, they got rid of him. They brought in Kellen Moore. They went outside of the organization, which they should have done this year again. They made the same mistake once again. And remember, when Nick Sirianni was calling plays early on in his tenure, 2021, with Jalen, I mean, it wasn't very good either. They had to give Shane Steichen the play calling duties, and then it took off. They got to get a smart offensive mind and a play caller in here. There's a couple of them out there. Now the craziness of people out there thinking they're going to bring in another offensive coordinator mid-season, I highly doubt that's going to happen. But looking in the offseason, depending on what happens and how the rest of this year shakes out, that's something to consider. Maybe moving Kevin Patullo back into where he was before in that role.
Now, Brian Dable, if he comes to the Eagles, would that count? Because Dable was with Hurts at Alabama, so I don't think that.
Yeah, I mean, it's there.
That would be interesting. I mean, that would be the one thing. Is the problem with bringing in a guy like Dable would be if he came in and had success, he probably would get hired to get another opportunity to be a head coach again. I talked about this the other day, and we talked about it almost with the Brian Johnson thing. You have to try to find the offensive version of Vic Fangio, an older guy who doesn't want a head coaching job anymore, who's already been a head coach, and that is out of his system, and he doesn't want to do that anymore. You keep hiring these young, innovative guys, and they're all going to get jobs. They're all going to get hired if they're young and innovative and successful. And, I mean, I get it. You're trying to find the best guy for the job. I don't think you did that with Kevin Patullo. You didn't find the best guy for the job. You went with the safe guy on a team that demands better, right? You won the Super Bowl, and you said, hey, 16-year-old kid, you got your driver's license. Here's a Lamborghini. Have fun. And that's just not the way this should have gone. They needed to get a more experienced guy to run the offense so that this would not happen, so that you don't come in halfway through the season now and you're saying to yourself, did we hire the right guy? After you've already gone through 5 coordinators. That's what the difference is here. You've already gone through 5, 6, I don't even know how many it is anymore. So you couldn't take a chance of bringing in a wrong guy. Now, I get it. Anybody you brought in could have failed. But you wanted to at least get someone who had some sort of history that you could at least lean on to say, hey, this guy was very successful here, or he was very successful there, or he's had some microcosm of success. Instead, you turned over the Lamborghini to a first-time driver.
Well, you remember I think it was before the season when Jalen Hurts made the comments about Patullo that it was a little eyebrow-raising, right? Like you thought about it like, He made those comments that were a little critical. I wouldn't say deafening, but they were a little critical of Kevin Patullo early on. So, I mean, there were some questions even heading into this season like, oh, are they behind this guy? Like the way they talk about it publicly, to say the least. So that's where we're at. Hey, they're 8-2. We're complaining about an 8-2 football team. They're pretty good. They're still pretty good, all right? They got a good defense.
You know what, though? We say that with a chuckle, but they were 10-1. They were 10-1 a couple of years ago. Oh, they're 10-1. They're 10-1.
Yeah, but the defense is way better.
I don't want to hear about the defense. I know the defense is way better. But this, I didn't say it wasn't. The defense is way better, but the offense is worse. This offense is worse than that offense. That offense had a healthy offensive line. It had a 2-year younger A.J. Brown. They were a better offense. They had a much better offensive line in that season.
Yeah, but I like this defense, man. They're too good.
I
wish we
didn't
had more
say anything
time
about
to talk
this
about
defense.
that. I'm just
I didn't
saying.
say one word about the defense.
But
Everybody
that
who
makes
keeps
it
turning to
different.
the defense. Everybody keeps turning to the defense. You can't give up 6 and 7 points every single week. I'm not saying anything bad about the defense. The defense is fantastic. But there were moments even last night where Jamison Williams catches that ball and goes – it only takes 1 or 2 big plays. And when you can't score to keep up with it, you can't keep saying, look, all those years with Buddy Ryan, they had a great defense. And in the playoffs, it let them down. All those years with Jim Johnson, in the end, what happened? Their defense could not play at that level every single week, and they would lose 14-9 to Carolina, stuff like that. I'm not talking about their defense being a problem. Their defense can be the greatest of all time. If you can't score, it only takes 1 game of not scoring for that defense to have to say, hey, we only gave up 14 points and we lost.
That leads to what A.J. Brown was saying about the Band-Aid, I guess, right? That's exactly what he was saying.
They do need to score.
He's not a dummy.
They need to score. It's obvious. The offense has to be better, but the defense is different.
I hate the retort of, well, this defense is way better than a couple of years ago. I understand that. I'm not talking about the defense being a problem here, but you can't win every game 16-6.
Well, I'm telling you, they've just be 2 playoff teams from last year in a row doing that. I'm just saying they've beat some really good teams with this defense. So, and the offense hasn't been up to par. So, with that, I will end it. We had one long nugget tonight. One big nugget.
No Phillies
here in
nuggets.
The hour. I had a Phillies nugget ready. Ask the producer. I had Phillies nuggets. I wanted to get the podcast. Pete, our favorite podcasters, playing tonight. I can't wait. I wish I was in the cheap seats with Pete. But that'll do it for the Nuggets today. One long nugget about this Eagles offense. 8-2, Mike. 8-2.
8-2. I saw a team 10-1 a couple of years ago. 10-1 is better than 8-2, isn't it?
It is. They weren't coming off a Super Bowl, though. Weren't coming off.
They were coming off a Super Bowl appearance.
Just wait till Black Friday. They'll be there.
Yeah. All right. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. You can follow, subscribe, hit the like button, and, of course, get that bell so that when we go live, you'll know when we go live each and every day at 2 o'clock here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City every single Monday. And tonight they got the Raiders and the Cowboys and the Sixers take on the Clippers tonight. You can listen to the Sixers and Clippers on 97.3 ESPN and the Cowboys and the Raiders on our sister station, Rock 104.1. When we come back, plenty more on this Eagles-Lions matchup we'll dive into. Johnny Mack scheduled to join us at 5, and your text messages at 5:30. But first, I need caller number 7. It's another chance for you right now to enter for this year's 99 Bottles Party. This is the last week to enter, so get in right now at 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you're entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. You must be present to win. On Wednesday, November 26th, the Sports Bash will be live at Maynard's in Margate, and I'm coming with 99 pairs of tickets for 99 qualifiers. Every single qualifier will win a pair of tickets. We'll have tickets to go see the Eagles Commanders club box seats for Lincoln Financial Field. I got Sixers tickets. I got Flyers tickets. I got concert tickets. I got tickets to all sorts of great shows. Caller 7. Good luck.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Three-point shot by BJ. It's up off the back and in. He got the roll. The ball went high in the air and it trickled through the twine.
It's Sixers Clippers tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW X1, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
All right, live from the Fanatic Sportsbook. It's our final hour, but it's a big one. John McMullen's with us, Birds 365. He was at the Nick Sirianni presser earlier today. He was there last night. Eagles win 16-6, two-score game. They beat the Lions, a tremendous defensive effort. Offense, not so much. McMullen's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. All right, let's get into the matchup last night. It was a matchup that was highly anticipated. The Eagles and the Lions. Many people thought maybe these are the two best teams, maybe not only in the NFC, but in football. The Eagles with the win get to 8-2. The Lions now, by the way, with the loss last night, the Lions are actually out of the playoff mix. If the playoffs were to start today, the Lions would not be in the playoffs. How about that? All right, let's get into it here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Johnny Mac, what's going on, man? First off, I want to ask about the win last night and if that played a role in both offenses struggling so much.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And really, if you go back to Green Bay, so that's sort of a couple weather games in a row. That's, because I think people have gotten on the bridge, so to speak, when it comes to the Eagles offense locally. And, all the offenses struggled. Green Bay's offense struggled. Detroit's offense struggled. And the Eagles technically were a little bit better than those teams. So I do think you have to factor that into the mix. And if they continue to play poorly offensively in Dallas in a pristine environment, maybe then you can up the panic meter. But I don't think you can with that. Quarterbacks say, it's not rain, it's not snow, but they don't like wind. That's what they don't like.
Well, let's break down some of the things that happened with this offense last night. Did they try forcing the ball to A.J. Brown too much? Was that something that was a factor in the game? Was that noticeable? Not really.
Well, I think they tried to get him the football. I don't think that's a big problem. They've done this in the past. Really, if you go back to the last time they played the Lions, it's been a while, but that was that game where Devontae Smith didn't have a reception, and the next week they went to him the first two times. So they have a long history of doing this. If somebody has sort of a thumb take, they try to get the football. But I don't think it was positive or negative, to tell you the truth.
Well, there was a question of AJ last night. Somebody actually asked him that. They said, hey, you've been kind of complaining that, you want to be a bigger part of this. You were a bigger part. They tried to get you the ball, and the offense still struggled. What do we make of that?
Well, just like I said, you have to start with, and I know everybody wants to remember the last thing they've seen, and the last thing they've seen is Green Bay and Detroit. And they were both weather games, as we started this conversation with. So, if you go back through the entire season, by no means has it been an impressive offense. But they've scored 30 points in 3 games. They've, had other games where Jalen Hurts had a perfect passer rating, for instance. They've had some up games. They've had some really down games. And that's been the history of this team since they've sort of shifted gears to being risk averse, I like to call it, last season. Ever since that period, they've had 4 passing games. It's not like it just showed up in Green Bay.
Yeah.
In fact, I mentioned last week on the show, there were 7 times last season when they won the Super Bowl, they were worse passing the football.
Well, let's ask that question, because in 2023, the year that everything fell apart, that defense was a major problem. Would you say that offense is better than this offense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, by a wide margin. Yeah, significantly.
The Brian Johnson offense.
Yeah. Significantly. But they played it there. You know, I can't even go back. People go back to 2022 when Jalen had his best individual season and say, look, he can do it. They don't play that way. So, you know, they're playing a different style of football.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I go back to week 5 last season. That's when it started. That, to me, is the relevant time period. And what they do, and their entire goal is to win the turnover battle, and they want to win the explosive play battle on top of it, which too often they haven't done. And that's it. And you look at the numbers, and the Eagles are now, the winning percentage is .952, Mike. .952 when they win the turnover battle under Nick Sirianni. So, you know, and the craziest stat I had to check to make sure it was true, and it's true. Jalen Hurts is now, since week 5, since that demarcation line, has thrown the football 588 times, and he's had 2 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Never happened before.
Well, listen.
Never been a stretch. Never been a stretch.
It is hard.
Like that in the history of this league.
We were talking about this last hour, and it's hard. You know, we were saying, look, the team's 8-2. They're winning. They've beaten everybody. They were 10-1 at one point and pretty much beat everybody. I mean, they beat the Chiefs that year on the road. They beat the Bills that year. I mean, any team you put in front of them, they were beaten. And the narrative was they find ways to win, and good teams find ways to win. And then I know that defense was terrible and fell apart to the point where they fired the coordinator. But are we watching the same thing happen, but just with the offense?
No, we are not. You know, it's different goals, as I said, from the offense. Different goals. Now the problem has become the running game, because that's sort of where they've.
You say, John, the problem has become the running game. The real problem is the offensive line, right? That's the problem. Their offensive line in 2022, 23, 24 has been a dominant group, and they are not a dominant group.
Well, I still think, you know, when you put it contextually, it's one of the better offensive lines in the league. Now we'll see how that lane's going to be out for a while. So that's the big news coming out of that game. So, you know, by no stretch have they dipped under top 5 at any point. So, I mean, at some point, I think we have to revisit the 482 touches. Clearly, Saquon Barkley is not the same player he was last season. So I don't think it's just the offensive line, and I don't think it's just Saquon Barkley, but it's a, you know, obviously a lot of things factor into it. And if they threw the ball more effectively, that might help as well, but they don't.
Yeah. Why is it? Why do you here we are in week 11 now. Why do they struggle to throw the ball so much?
Well, they don't want to turn it over. They don't want to take chances. And they have this firm belief that if they win that turnover battle, they're going to win the football game. And they did it again yesterday, and they won again. And the number is now 40-2. If you want to know what 952 looks like in practical sense, 40-2. So they don't lose football games when they don't turn it over. And they've really, really amped it up, as I said, since week 5 of last season, to the point of their belief is if they're not going to turn it over, they're going to win the football game. Now, I question that. I don't like it from the standpoint I'm a big margin of error guy. You're making it too slim, in my opinion, but they won last year doing it. They're winning this year. They're actually the number 1 seed as we stand here today. They weren't the number one seed last year. So it's kind of hard to argue the other end of the spectrum until they lose. And if they lose, if people have to look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
If they want them to change that badly, they have to lose.
Well, I
want them to lose?
I would ask this question then. Obviously, I'm sure by now you have seen Derek Gunn's reporting. Derek's a pretty reputable guy, not a hot taker, not a sensationalism. To say that that Hurts has them over a barrel and that this is almost Carson Wentz part 2 could indicate that they are on the brink of something happening there. Are you now it's not your reporting. Would you say that it has gotten to that level with the quarterback?
Well, I said something similar. I said Carson minus the religion, which I shouldn't have said. I backed up on. There's people. People aren't happy with.
Now, my question, I guess, is: are they not? You mentioned Carson and what you said there, but Carson was an unrelatable guy to some extent. Like, people could not connect with him. Is it that they can't connect? Is it they can't connect with Hurts, or they don't like the offense the way it has to be run because of Hurts?
No, there's some issues with the personality, and again, I've talked about this stuff in the past for many weeks, but I don't like talking about it because I think it's common sense. I always say, round up the next 70 people you meet. They're not going to get all. They're not going to get along, all of them together. This doesn't work. So I think there's this weird thought that 70 guys, and it's really more like 80 when you hit injured reserve and all that stuff. All 80 guys are going to be kumbaya and get along. It never happened. It never will happen. And some guys think he's aloof and all the stuff you see. That part of it's true. I don't think that's relevant when it comes to the major players as far as the offense. And AJ and Devontae's case, it's about they think he doesn't throw the ball because they're so risk averse when they're open.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it comes down to.
But so is this something, though, that could infiltrate enough to bring the team down, I guess?
Well, it's in last year. The same thing was going on last year. The same exact thing. So they've already won with it once.
Mm-hmm.
None of this is new. In fact,
none of it might be new, John. However, now that you are a whole nother year of being around it, you keep scratching and scratching and scratching. Eventually that scab is going to fall off and start bleeding. It might have happened last year, but now you've got a whole nother year of it happening, and that causes tense issues sometimes, right?
Well, that's Nick Sirianni's job. I mean, to put it bluntly, I always say, if you want to blame the coaching staff, I think people are way off, when they start talking about play calls or route concepts or anything like that. Mm-hmm. If you want to blame the coaching staff, blame them beating the risk-averse nature into his head to the point that he doesn't take any chances whatsoever.
What do we make of, John? What do we make of when people say Patullo, he's got to be, got to go, blah, blah. What? I talked about this earlier. You see these guys who are coordinators, then they get head coaching jobs. It's not a magic pill that you just bring in a great play caller, put him in someplace, and that team's all of a sudden going to be very good. Brian Daboll got hired because he was a really good play caller in Buffalo. That didn't work out so well in New York. You got to have the players. So is this Patullo, and is it his offense, and is it his play calling? What role is that in the struggles that this team has?
Well, I don't think it's relevant at all. I think if you want to argue with the offense, argue about the conservative philosophy. That's the issue. And, that's why I say fans have to look in the mirror. What do you want? Because they could, first of all, it's an off-season problem. So they could change in the off season. And again, the hope would be you have to lose because they're not changing if they don't lose. So if you really want them to change, they have to lose. That's number one. Number two.
Which is what AJ was trying to say last week, though. Even though we're winning, we can't wait till we lose to change, right? Isn't that what he was the message he was trying to get out there?
That's his messaging, yes, but it's not going to happen. They're not going to change with that, 40-2 mark. They're not going to shift off it. It's just not going to happen. And also in season, I think people have to be very cautious. You like to bring up 2023. Everybody likes to bring up 2023. The single worst decision Nick Sirianni's ever made as a head coach was to demote Sean Desai. Not because he didn't deserve it. He probably did. It was overmatched. They should have moved on from him in the offseason. But they would have finished the season better if they would have left him in place. It still would have been terrible.
Yeah.
They still would have, but they wouldn't have collapsed the way they collapsed, trying to change defensive systems in the middle of the season. Mm-hmm. And you want them to change offensive systems in the middle of the season?
I agree. And listen, I don't know, what Kevin Patullo is good at, bad at. I mean, last night they had drops. They had, AJ said it after, a lot of self-inflicted wounds. They had penalties. They had drops. I mean, it was a sloppy game. It's hard.
Well, Devontae Smith had one drop, and some people say two, but that was a good play by the defender as well. Dallas Goedert had 2 drops.
Yeah.
Again, the weather, man. Sometimes Occam's razor. Sometimes the simplest thing. The weather was awful.
No, and that's why I opened with that question with the weather, because we're not there. If you're not in the stadium, it's hard to get a feel of how just impactful the weather was. And I say it because both teams struggled, but that goes back to everybody just assumes, hey, this defense is great. It's great. And I'm not trying to argue against it being great, but John, you can't expect them to give up 6 and 7 points every single week. That's not a recipe for success.
No, and I imagine that'll end this week in Dallas simply because it's a controlled environment. It's nice weather. If it isn't, for some strange reason, they'll close the dome. It'll be inside. And there'll be some points scored. And I think both sides. I think the Eagles will score some points. But I think you should take notice. And, yes, the Eagles' defense was lights out last night. But, I mean, Green Bay was a top 10 offense. Detroit was a top 10 offense. And they didn't score in those environments either. Not just the Eagles' defense. Big part of it. They played tremendously. But the weather was a part of it as well.
All right, John McMullen, Burst 365, Sports Illustrated. And, of course, the Eagles win last night. You asked a question about Fred Johnson replacing Lane Johnson. How big of a factor is that? Because when the team loses Lane over the years, we know the results there. Is this going to be different because Fred is more apt at handling this role?
Well, I think those numbers have Fred started, I think, 5 games last year, and they won 5-0. And he's played significant
that was on the left side for Mailata.
4 on the left, 1 on the right. He started 1 on the right for Lane. Most for Jordan. Yeah. And then this year's played significant snaps in 3 games, so 3-0. Now, as I said, they won every game. Doesn't matter who was in, who was out, who was out.
Yes.
So those old stats, and they're significant when they were a good team, not a great team. Sometimes the rare season below average, they would lose a lot without Lane, but that has shifted because they have won so many games. So, and again, I'm not trying to say it's not a big loss. It's a huge loss. And Fred's a good backup. but he's a good backup. He's not a good starter. So that is an injury, and they've had tremendous injury luck. That's part of their success as well. And, this is a somewhat significant injury, and you have to still cross your fingers.
I was going to say, does that time frame 4 to 6 make jive with you?
It's I'll tell you what, if it were a different position, like wide receiver, Liz Frank injury, even a sprain versus a break, they're done for the season. A little bit different with the offensive line. And Lane's obviously a tough guy. And he'll try to play through things if he can. So I think he's got a chance to come back. If they say it needs surgery, I mean, he's done, obviously. Then they're still debating that. So I wouldn't spike the football that he's coming back yet. But yeah, the hope would be that 4 to 6 weeks back for the postseason. In fact, I would circle the start of the postseason. But that's, he could be gone for the rest of the season.
All right. Well, 8-2, number 1 seed. If the Cowboys lost tonight and the Eagles won over Dallas next week, you would almost have the division completely wrapped up. And maybe some of these guys can get some rest, but you still got to play for the number 1 seed. So you can't sit guys out of these games the whole month of December. But it should be a very interesting final stretch of games here as the Eagles beat the Lions 16-6 last night. Great game for the defense. They were just all over the place, all over Jared Goff in that game last night. 14 hits, pressures. I mean, they were all over the place, active for Philadelphia.
The front was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It was fun to watch them play defense last night for the most part. There was a couple, and that's the plays. You get Jamison Williams on the move across the middle and just let him use his speed. And that's the one play, that I was worried about seeing for a lot of that game. They didn't really utilize him as much, but, they're reckless on 4th down, some of the decisions. That was ridiculous last night.
Well, that's how they play. I know, but I hear that every time they bow out and every time they lose, everybody kills Dan Campbell. That's their philosophy.
Yeah.
I mean, usually. Now, to your point of maybe you have to shift a little bit when you're playing in a weather game.
You just said it right. The weather in the game. I mean, all of that. Some has to come into play. Hey, listen, tonight points are going to be at a premium. I can't be as reckless.
Yeah, that's a fair criticism. But by and large, I mean, that was, coming into the game, that to me is always one of their biggest advantages. Because and then also, don't sleep on that Laporta injury for that. That's their guy on 3rd and 4th down. And, he's going to be out for at least 4 games for them. So that was a big injury.
Well, if the playoffs started today, they would be out. Pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, John McMullen. Don't forget.
First place there.
Well, I said, and somebody texted in on the text board. We'll read off all the text on the other side. Talk about how difficult the Eagles' schedule has been. I mean, you play Denver. They're 8-2. Now, you thought a team like the Bears would be where you start to loosen up a little bit. That team's in first place, and they're sitting there waiting for you now. So it is still some teams down the stretch here that are performing better than you had thought. Bears in first place. Lions are out of the playoffs. It's a wacky NFL. And, of course, we're covering it all right here on the Sports Bash. John McMullen tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Thanks, John.
All right, thanks, Mike.
As always, John's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. All right, when we come back, I see a lot of text messages. Read and react to them all, as many as we can. Rapid-fire text messages, 609-403-0973. One more chance for you to qualify for 99 bottles this hour as well. Listen for your cue to call. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're gonna be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Crisp air, campfires, and tailgate parties under the autumn sky. Fall is RV season, and Whitehorse RV Center is your home team. Score big with the industry's best travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and motorhomes. Perfect for game day setups or weekend getaways. Family owned since 1973, Whitehorse RV delivers transparent pricing, unbeatable service, and a personal touch you won't find anywhere else. Visit Whitehorse RV Center online at whitehorserv.com or at one of their 2 convenient area locations. Whitehorse RV Center. Your RV adventure starts here.
Bush, the iconic band. One night, all their classics. Featuring songs from their hot new album, I Beat Loneliness, as well as all of the fan favorites. Saturday, December 13th, Ovation Hall in Ocean Casino Resort. Special guest, Soul Asylum. Bush. Tickets on sale now at theoceanac.com. Don't miss Bush. Live.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
At 5:33, we're going to try to rip through as many text messages as we can. 609-403-0973. There's a list of all the offensive coordinators. We're at the Fanatics Sportsbook. They're actually playing the game from last night on the big screens here on some of them. There was 4 different ones in college. Now, dude,
how about that tush push that Cooper had a false start on? That was
that was terrible.
That was bad. That was another bad play.
Did the Lions give a blueprint to teams on how to stop the tush push?
I think so. I mean, when it's not down by the goal line, I think so. Goal line is so tough because you just got to get that ball across the plane.
You think teams have figured them out?
I mean, last night they were, and really all season, it's been a different tush push, right? It's been a different tush push than it was last season.
Successful.
Not last night.
For the most part.
Well, it's the idea that, without certain guys on that line, it changes the dynamics, right? You don't have the same, well, first of all, Dickerson and Jurgens are not healthy. And then without Lane Johnson, without the big boys getting the leverage, now you got Tyler Steen swiping at people's hands in front of him.
Now, the Ravens yesterday ran that fake tush push with Mark Andrews. He had a 36-yard touchdown.
A little reversed that. He pivoted out of that thing.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit the text board hard here. Let's try to get as many in as we can. Go from top to bottom.
I'm going to go from the very beginning here. So we got...
I said go from top to bottom. He says I'm going to go from bottom to top.
Oh, good grief. All right. Hold on, I got to scroll the other direction.
Chronological order.
Well, somebody at 5:30 just texted. Is a better chance he's listening than someone that texted at 2 o'clock.
At 2:02?
Yeah, screw the guy at 2:02. We'll go 5:30. Chip and Lewis here says, hey, Mike, great segment with Johnny Mack. I better understand the impact of conservative versus risk-averse offensive philosophy, but here's why I'm confused, says Chip and Lewis. Says, why isn't Sirianni that conservative with his late game calls, go versus punt decisions for going for it like in Green Bay?
Good question. Because he did say last night, Sirianni, that they consider when the team goes for it on 4th down, they don't get it, a turnover. So if you go for it on 4th down and don't get it, that's a turnover.
Right.
So that's a great question, is why is he so risk-adverse in terms of the offensive play calling and what they want to run, but he's so reckless sometimes on 4th down? Chip, good question. I don't have that answer.
My only answer to that would be the idea that, is it something where maybe Sirianni is not that maybe Hurts is more risk-averse than Sirianni is risk-averse. Is that possible, maybe?
Well, I think Hurts is so risk-averse because he's been taught by Sirianni to be so.
That could be part of it.
We hear it all the time. Yeah. They pounded it into his head not to do this, not to do this, not to do this.
It's true.
Somebody was talking about how the Eagles, some of the stuff they do at practice, they've never seen teams, the stuff that they focus on, the intricate details that they focus on, they've never seen anything like it before, like batting balls down, for instance.
So when you watch the All-22 and you see a guy over the middle who's open, wide open, and Hurts doesn't throw him the ball, it's not because he's not seeing him. It's because he's maybe afraid to throw the ball.
Could be. I mean, and he's maybe he's afraid to get the ball batted down, or maybe he feels like can't see over the line maybe. I don't know, but he does not like throwing the ball over the middle of the field, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been a problem his entire career. Adam in Northfield chimes in and says, this Eagles team is 8-2, and they should have beaten the Broncos with possibly the hardest schedule I've ever seen as a Birds fan. When people bring up defense as a retort, I believe what they're trying to say is that it's much harder to have a 7-game slide when the defense is elite versus the offense not being elite. I think the offense will get better, and even now it seems like they have the ability to throw if they have to, says Adam in Northfield.
I don't think a 7-game slide is in the cards. That's not what I'm implying. What I'm implying is like a one-and-done situation in the playoffs. That year they made the playoffs. They went on a 7-game slide or whatever it was, but they still made the playoffs. But they were non-competitive in the playoff game because the defense was a disaster. If this team goes to the playoffs, you now have to beat a playoff caliber team multiple weeks in a row. Now, you would say, you just beat Green Bay and Detroit. John mentioned it, Adam, and I appreciate the text, Adam, man. The wind played a factor, so maybe the Eagles' offense isn't as bad as we saw. But is Green Bay and Detroit's offense as bad as we saw? Now, you would say the Eagles' defense was part of the reason. But I do think the wind had a role in why the Lions' offense was also so inept last night. And you can't bank on playing inept offenses every week in the playoffs.
No, you can't. Not just the inept part, but also the fact that when teams are hyper game planning for you and you alone, right? Like there's no more chicanery, there's no more smoke and mirrors in the postseason. There's no more, any kind of BS going on. It's just literally we are looking at one team, one player, and that's it. And we've seen it in the past. I mean, the Eagles have done it, right? How many times have we talked about the Eagles, how they have hyper focused on an opponent and shut them down? You don't think other teams can do that as well?
I think if the Eagles' offense is what it is last night and against Green Bay, you better hope it's because of the weather.
Right, exactly. Although you won in part because of the weather last year as well during the Rams game.
But it's just so.
Yeah, but you heard what McMullen said. He said the quarterbacks don't care about rain. They don't care about snow. It's the wind that they don't like.
Right, and the wind was whipping last night.
But like we've been talking about all day, it's so difficult for a team to change what they're doing mid-season. It's just very difficult to do that when you're game planning for a different team each week. You're just not going to have a 180 on your offensive philosophy.
Can I just say it's something that Mike brought up earlier. Mike, you brought this up multiple times today about the offensive line. It's harder to change your philosophy when you don't have the O-line to lean on so you can make that metamorphosis. It's not like if the Eagles had last year's offensive line, it would probably be a lot easier to make some of these adjustments, right?
They had last year's offensive line, they'd be running all over the place. I mean, we wouldn't be having a lot of these discussions because the gaps would be there, the lanes would be there, the explosion would be there. They talked about it last night during the broadcast. Saquon Barkley's longest run of the year is like 17 yards. Like,
Correct.
By accident, you might get a 20-yard run. He hasn't had one.
It is absolutely wild.
Bigsby had 4 carries last night. He had a 17-yard carry. That ties Barkley's longest run of the season. He did it in 4 carries last night. Now, I don't know. Does anybody watch Bigsby and say, man, this guy's got a little bit more burst than Barkley does?
Is that he has more burst?
Plays, yeah.
Is that he more burst, or are teams not zeroed in on stopping him as much?
I don't know. Who looks like the quicker, faster back hitting the hole?
I mean, Saquon last week looked pretty good in the open field with that spin move.
Yeah, when he's out in the open field. I'm talking about hitting the hole and bang, and then once you get into the open field.
I mean, I don't know how much you buy into this. I mean, I've heard Greg Cosell on the Inside the Birds pod talk about that. Barkley was never the greatest at hitting the hole. He was always great when he was in open space. So, I mean, I don't know how much you're reading into that, how much you're reading into the fact that the O-line was just blasting holes open last year.
They had some massive holes last year, which are not there right now.
Cole from LBI chimes in. He says the Eagles eat a lot of money if they trade A.J. Brown. $43 million dead cap hit potentially. In 2027 is the year Hurts' contract starts to become expensive on the cap as well. And if Lane retires in a year or two, that could be an issue for the Eagles as well, says Cole and LBI.
Well, listen, Cole, I'll leave it up to Howie Roseman to figure out. I always say with people who want to complain about, not complain, but bring up the Eagles and cap situations, Roseman, I will trust to figure out either A, how to get out of these deals, or I'm sure he signs these deals knowing the trapdoor on how to get out of them. So you might be right, but Howie Roseman's in the head of the Eagles and doing their cap ever since I've been here.
Yep.
When have they ever had an issue?
They haven't.
So I'm not ready to start thinking about that now, but maybe they will. But
it might be about time, though, to maybe draft a right tackle in the first round of the draft.
I mean it's certainly worth having the conversation. I think
I don't know who's out there, but I think you probably should spend a high premium pick on a right tackle.
And by the way, they have drafted tackles over the years thinking about the end of the line, so they're not adverse to that.
Yeah.
And by the way, this year with all the picks that they have,
recently it has been defensive players.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. With all the picks that they have coming up, they probably can refocus on adding to the offense. They haven't had a draft offense the last couple of years because the line's been set. I mean, they did draft Dickerson. They did draft Juergens. They drafted Steen. Those guys are all drafted. They did draft a couple guys who didn't work out, at tackle. The Washington.
Andre Dillard.
Yeah. Right. But he wasn't supposed to be – he was supposed to be the left tackle.
He was supposed to be the left tackle.
Yeah.
But the other issue is that, the Eagles, they don't look at drafting purely on position either. So, and when they got Lane Johnson, it was kind of an anomaly because they had the 4th overall pick, right? So,
well, when they drafted Lane Johnson, many people thought he was to be the left tackle.
Correct.
And he went to right tackle, and then he never moved back. I mean, he just never moved to left tackle. But the thought was when they drafted him, it was to be the left tackle.
And then they were telling a story about Mailata and the rugby and Stoutland.
But, I mean, I don't want to look too far down the road, but his point, I guess, is, that if, Johnson's – I don't know that Lane's going to play again this year, maybe in the playoffs.
But the idea is if his body is breaking down, it's time to make an investment. A couple more.
And he's 35 years old. Keep in mind, Jason Peters was playing into his 40s.
That's true.
So, I mean, Lane could probably go another year or two. Who knows? But, yeah, you're probably going to get Lane, Jason Peters type of results where he's in the lineup, out of the lineup, in the lineup, out of the lineup. And how much more do the Eagles want to, have to put up with that?
A couple more to squeeze in here. Clarence from Delaware says, I understand the offense doesn't look good, but why every time the Eagles don't play well and win, it's always worse than a loss? That's from Clarence in Delaware.
Well, because a lot of times,
that game last night, Detroit was 0 for 5 on 4th downs. If they convert half of those, it's a totally different game. One was
part of the reason why you lost the game is because the other team decision-making was so inept. I mean, they lost the game this year to Denver 21-17, where they dominated that game. Their defense, quite frankly, did not play well in the 4th quarter of that game. Do we all agree on that?
We definitely agree on that.
Okay, so it only takes that type of game where your defense plays well all game and has one bad quarter. And then the game against the Giants, they got smoked. I mean, they got destroyed in that game against the Giants. Their offense and their defense was awful in that game. And we're acting like this
I was
defense,
watching the Phillies game. I don't know what you're talking about.
We're acting like this defense pitches a 10-point game every single week.
But they were also injured that night. So there's kind of like a catch-22 there, where it's like when you have a team without Jalen Carter, without multiple other guys.
And listen, the defense is awesome. I'm not concerned about the defense. All I'm saying is they played Tampa. They gave up 25 points to that Tampa team. And by the way, Tampa was missing guys. They were missing starters in that game. They gave up 25. Against the Rams, they gave up 26. Let me ask you this question. If you give up 26 to the Rams again, does anybody think their offense is going to score 27 points against the Rams defense?
Not this offense.
Nope.
Well, that's what my point is. So I get their defense is outstanding. Everyone keeps saying, well, their defense is so much better than that team a couple of years ago. I'm not debating that at all. But I'm looking at the games they've played this year. They played the Rams. They gave up 26. I don't see this offense scoring 27 points again. Now, they scored 31 in that game against the Rams, 33, and 7 of them were on a field goal block.
Well, Josh Allen had 6 touchdowns yesterday. You got to play the Bills coming up next month.
But really quick, so to you, Mike, and I'm not sure what words you meant, but you feel like the addition of Jalen Phillips and the return to Kobe Dean is not enough to offset what happened, for example, the Rams game?
No, I didn't say that. You're not putting it right. I'm saying their defense is significantly like last year. Their defense grew as the year went on, and I think you're seeing the same thing. Nakobe Dean has made them better against the run, and I thought he was outstanding last night. Phillips has given them a legit edge rusher now that they didn't have on a down-to-down basis.
Right.
Now having Nolan Smith back, it gives you some more depth at that position. Having Brandon Graham, they didn't have him. I thought Brandon Graham, in the few snaps, he made a huge play on 4th down last night in a spot.
Adoree Jackson, that's his position now, right? He's CB2.
That's the best game of the year for Adoree Jackson.
So their defense is significantly upgraded from where they were in the game against Tampa, in the game against the Rams. My point is this. It only takes one of those games where you just don't play all that well on that day. And if you're saying, hey, the defense isn't doing what it did last night or the weekend before against Green Bay, is it able to pick up the slack and I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the weather the last 2 games has been a factor in these games, no?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, we'll wrap up the show coming up next here on the Sports Bash live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Get ready to get out of here. A couple quick things. Text board here. Mike, I think Rex Ryan is a buffoon. He mentioned A.J. Brown's ranked 135th receiver gaining separation from a defender. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. His metrics are not great in terms of the player that he once was as opposed to the player he is currently. That could be a factor as well. Joey D. and Ventnor, thoughts on Brian Dable, possibly Jody Patula as a veteran play caller. I think it's too clunky at this stage of the game. I like Dable, too, when he was with Buffalo, but I don't know how you would. I talked about it earlier with Callahan. That was early in the season. That was like week 4. It's kind of late in the game, and we had Britton Cuffey on, and we played that audio where he said that coordinator change really wrecked with a lot of the players on that team. Mike, great segment with Johnny Mack. Thank you there, Chip from Lewis. I better understand. Oh, we played this one earlier. Sorry. Let's see. These are all the ones we just went through. Let me go back to the earlier. I love Sirianni saying good teams have good players, great teams have great teammates. The D-line and the linebackers are the heart and soul of this team. Maybe BG deserves more credit. I gave BG a lot of credit. Defense is awesome on this team. And he's right. Good teams have good players. Great teams have great teammates. They better hope they have great teammates in there. Right now, it doesn't sound like it with some of the stuff coming out. We'll see. Look, this team won a Super Bowl last year. You're hoping that they can keep it together. Nick at Seaville. He doesn't like the questions that the reporters asked during the Sirianni.
He wanted some controversy, right? He wanted some A.J. Brown questions, some Derek Gunn reporting questions.
Yeah. So, there you go. It was a ugly offensive night. But, as I said, 40-mile-per-hour winds last night. McMullen brought it up earlier as well. Tough to throw the football last night in that game. You saw it on both sides. So we'll reserve judgment until this offense gets into a nice air-conditioned environment next week in Dallas.
Folks in Detroit, what are they saying today? Are they worried about Goff? I mean, what's the talk in Detroit, do you think, after last night?
Yeah, they got dominated last night.
They were really dominated last night.
And remember, unless Philly has a 3 or 4 game, Detroit's out of the playoffs right now, by the way. Real quick before we get out of here. Paul George is playing tonight. Embiid is not. You excited for PG? Going to watch the game?
I am, even though he's going to be on a minutes restriction.
Minute restriction.
Yep. And Embiid is practicing, right? He was a full participant in practice.
Yeah, they're saying he's day-to-day.
So that's good, right? He's still participating in practice.
Yeah, they said that he should be day-to-day. He should play. Jared McCain's back tonight as well. I called his game on Saturday night. I thought he looked a lot better.
I saw Nurse and Morey were there, right?
Morey and Nurse were both there, yes.
Yeah.
They were sitting right across from me.
All right.
Also, you know who I was chatting with after the game?
Who's that?
The coach, Jimmy Lynam.
Oh, he was there with D probably, right?
Yep.
Like that.
He was there watching the game. Great dude. All right. By the way, the playoffs right now, if the playoffs were to start right now, today, Eagles would be the 1 seed. It'd be Rams, Niners, Bears, Packers, Bucks, Seahawks. Lions would be out. How about that?
I mean, I think it's going to be a Rams-Eagles NFC Championship.
On the AFC side, Denver's the 1 seed. It would be Patriots, Jacksonville, Colts, Chargers, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Houston, Chiefs, Ravens out.
Wow.
We'll do who's in, who's out tomorrow. All right, everybody. Appreciate it as always. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. Hey, don't forget, caller 7 right now. Your cue to call is right now, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you are entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win on Wednesday, November 26th. That's when the Sports Bash will be live at Maynard's in Margate. We'll have 99 pairs of tickets. That means 99 winners. Everybody who qualifies will win a pair of tickets to a game at Lincoln Financial Field, or Sixers tickets, or Flyers tickets, or maybe a concert. We're adding more and more tickets every single day, up to 99. So caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. It's all brought to you by the world-famous Maynard's in Margate. Good night.